I mean, even the attitude toward. I mean, even the attitude towards this haunted horror show of a house is amazing to me. Like, first of all, I mean, I don't even know. That's like I said, if I bought the house, I'm burning it down. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to build a new house.
So therefore, you're not allowed to buy the house.
I'm not. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast where we explore what lingers after the lights go out. Memories, energy, and the mysteries that refuse to be buried. I'm your host, Gary, here with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, and today's episode is a story not just about haunting, but about survival. If you've seen The Conjuring, you know the broad strokes of what happened to the Perron family inside that Rhode Island farmhouse. But what few people talk about is what came after. How do you move forward once your childhood becomes one of the most infamous haunting cases in modern history? How do you reclaim your own story after the world has turned it into folklore? Our guest, Andrea Perron, lived through it and then spent decades trying to understand it. Through retrospection, writing, and acceptance, she's turned something that could have destroyed her into something profoundly meaningful. And now she's facing a new battle, brain tumors, with the same grace and courage that carried her through her childhood haunting. Today she joins us to talk about survival in every sense of the word, the long road of processing those early years, how her understanding of spirit has deepened, and what has led her to a new mission to preserve the farmhouse that started it all through a GoFundMe campaign. Believe me, I would have burned that place down a long time ago. This isn't a ghost story. It's a story of healing, perspective, and the quiet resilience it takes to live with a past. And as Annie so emotionally puts it, still keep moving toward the light. Let's dive into the conversation.
When I'm there, I mean, they're in it. I mean,
they're in it. Yeah.
And I've got a doctor that told me, "Don't you worry, honey. I've got your back."
There you
That's
go.
all I needed to hear.
Good. That is so good to hear.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Andrea, you are a survivor on many levels. That is for sure.
Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, it's.
This is true.
Well, first of all, I can't thank you enough for taking the time to sit down with us here on Splintered Spirits. It's an honor for us to have you, especially, you know, I would say in this paranormal space that John's been in for a while, but I'm very new to. Mm-hmm. You are an absolute legend. I mean, for numerous reasons, just as someone who's experienced probably the worst there is of it, your books, the stories you've told, everything in your approach to the space. Now, for us on this thing is about me and my sort of understanding of what the paranormal is and what John does and what spirits are. So
Yes.
You, for anyone that's going to be listening to this who doesn't know who you are, listen, go buy your fucking books and read the stories. And you're going to find a link to those books in my link tree, because we're here. I mean, you should know this woman by now. It's the woman who lived in the Conjuring house, for Christ's sake. So I don't want to waste a lot of time on doing another thing about what's the difference between your story and the movie.
Yeah. No, everybody knows that now, I think.
They should know it.
They should know.
They should know it. But, you know, what I want to know is, so you moved into that house when you were 12, and you were there for 10 years.
Yes.
At what point did you start to understand what it really was that you were dealing with?
Within 5 minutes.
So in 5 minutes as a 12-year-old, you're like, that's a ghost.
That's a ghost. Well, no, I didn't think he was, because he appeared absolutely solid to me. I mean, absolutely solid, like I could have walked up to him just like you, put my hand on his arm, greeted him. I greeted him as I walked through the dining room. And he did not, he stared right through me like he didn't see me, like I was an invisible ghost. And he was completely fixated on Mr. Kenyon packing the last of his wife's china out of his corner hutch cabinet in the dining room. And it was freezing cold and there was a swirling ice storm going on. But you know, when you're a swamp Yankee and it's moving day, you move. You just put everything in the truck and you move. And so we did, very slowly up into the woods to our place in the country. And within 5 minutes, I walked in with a box marked kitchen for my mother. She was already in the kitchen with my baby sister, April. And then the other 4 of us were big and strong enough to be able to carry boxes marked kitchen. And when I walked in and I saw him, I thought, well, that is a very oddly dressed man, because he was not wearing clothes that I was in any way familiar with as a child. Everything looked like it was handmade. It was hand-stitched, including the little fluffy hat that he had on. And he had his arms crossed, and he had his leg mounted up against the wall, and a quirky grin on his face. And he was just staring at Mr. Kenyon, just staring lovingly at him.
Right. So
and then my sister Nancy... And then Christine comes in and she walks into the kitchen and she's like, who's that man with Mr. Kenyon? He's dressed funny,
So
and
everybody saw it.
Everybody saw him.
And you were the eldest, so they were even younger than you.
They were younger than me, and they
didn't know what it was. So when did you realize, wait a minute?
Then Nancy, then Cindy came in. And she was the youngest. April was already in the kitchen. So Cindy was number 4. And she came in the kitchen. And she said to my mother, Mom, who's that man with Mr. Kenyon? And Mom said, there's nobody with Mr. Kenyon. His son is on the way. He's not here yet. And so I'm sure that we as children assumed that a neighbor had stopped by and that he was just shy and he did not want to interact with little girls coming in with boxes. And then my sister Nancy walks into the kitchen and she leans over to Cindy and she says, Sin, did you see that man with Mr. Kenyon? I did, but he just disappeared. And boom, there it was.
So
when you said lovingly looking at him, so you think that he was looking at him from a place of affection and admiration?
Yes.
Wow.
And then when did you he disappeared. That makes you think as a 12-year-old that's a ghost. But what was it? How old were you? Or what was the moment where you really started to look into what are these ghosts? What is happening?
5 minutes after we moved into the house.
So, okay. So then you're like, we have ghosts here.
Instantaneous for me.
Okay.
Yeah, instantaneous for me. I knew that we were not living alone. I knew immediately that we were not living alone. I knew that this was very, very different from the house that we had just come from and that nothing was ever going to be the same.
So what changed for you from what you thought a ghost was in that moment in those 5 minutes versus what you think a spirit is now, if at all?
The same.
It's the same. So what is that? What is a spirit, Annie?
Spirit is... Okay, I'm going to give you my most famous quotation now.
Okay.
That's written on all of my coffee mugs because, when you're a superstar, you have your own coffee mugs. And because coffee is the nectar of the gods,
I agree.
I have a coffee mug that says this. To be touched by... All right, let me get it right. To be touched by spirit is not a curse, but a blessing. It is that rare glimpse into the realm from which we come and will all inevitably return. Be not afraid. Be the light you seek.
Wow.
I'm
So,
sorry, I don't mean to be emotional, but I am a very emotional person.
That's okay.
And I can't help it, and I cry during every interview, and everybody knows it, so... I'm sure
take a moment. Take a moment. I'm going to do my best to try to make you laugh. That's kind of how I operate because I'm very uncomfortable around.
Already, just by suggestion, mere suggestion, I can laugh just that fast.
Okay, good. So when I hear a quote like that, do you look at spirit from a religious place, or in terms of what spirit is inside of us?
Yes. Okay, you asked me a very important pre-question the other day when we were talking before we did this interview. You asked me a very important pre-question. And then you told me to stop talking because you were afraid that I was going to spill all my good stuff and that it wouldn't be ready for your show.
I wanted you to save it for the show.
I know. Okay, so I didn't have to save it because it is literally ingrained in me. It is a part of me. I participate in my own healing. I believe that all human beings need to be healed. I believe in Jesus Christ. And I also know. All right, I'm just going to just read this to you. I'm just going to read what I wrote down for you because, Gary, I cared enough to make some notes. I never make notes. I always shoot from the hip. But I want you to hear this.
Let's hear it.
I choose to participate in my own healing. I am totally in on spiritual warrior aspect of who I am at my core, in my soul. Good is my mission, and God is my champion, and all faith is essentially paranormal in nature. We believe in Jesus Christ. The vast majority of people on this planet believe in a higher power. They believe in cosmic consciousness. They believe that there is a divine creator. Most people on this planet have a belief system. Even if your belief system is that you don't believe in God, that is still a belief system. And belief is what fires the mind and powers the soul, and our superpower as human beings is love. And when we tap into that, when we get there, when we understand that all of this is one singular realization of oneness, that we are one human race, and that we are all beloved, and that we are all created in a special way, and each one of us so individual, even when our cells split and we have an identical twin, there's still something that is different. It is two individuals who are interacting with each other and loving each other and being a family. And that's what's happening now. And who would have ever thought that with my diagnosis 15 months ago and all the upheaval around the farm and everything that's been happening and all the drama, that it would be me getting a deadly disease that would congeal and coalesce an entire community of very disparate, very eclectic individuals in the paranormal world. I mean, John, you've got to know, we're all so different. Some of us believe in the Celts, and some of us believe in the this, and some of us believe in the witches, and some of us believe in the, and we're all involved in spirit. We are completely, utterly, totally surrounded by spirit at all times. And I learned that as a very young child. And then here's the delve, and here's the deep delve. I needed to know. I needed to understand what was happening and what we were seeing in that house. And because I was a very precocious child and I was intellectually advanced for my age, I started reading Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, Walt Whitman, Nathaniel Hawthorne, all the metaphysicians. I wanted to read what they had to say. What is this? What is the House of Seven Gables? What is going on in that house that draws people from all over the world to feel the energy of that house? That is exactly the same thing that's happening at the farm. The farm is alive with death. The farm is alive with spirits. The farm is absolutely alive with the power and the glory. And some of them are cranky sons of bitches, and some of them are just as helpful and benevolent and kind and good as they could be. I take, for example, Mrs. John Arnold, who her name is Abigail. She and her husband John are the caretakers of that house. They know all the spirits. And they know that things were let into that house in the last year that should never have been allowed into that house. And it is time to get John Zaffis' ass up there and clear that house. All he's got to do is drive for a couple of hours from Connecticut, and he can be at the farm and he can clear the house. And we're going to move mountains. We are moving mountains. We are this coalescence that is happening, this momentum, this motivation that is happening to save the farm, not just for its historical integrity. I mean, as an original colonial home, it is one of the most outstanding pieces of architecture that's even left in the United States. And it needs to be preserved and protected and defended and rescued and salvaged and repaired. And all of that needs to happen. And I'm telling everybody, please, if you care at all about this magnificent edifice, $5. $5 to a GoFundMe page. We've already raised close to $200,000.
We're gonna put that link up there for you, Annie, for sure. And I want to get into this. You know, I was going to get into this in a bit, but since we're talking about it, you know, a lot of dark stuff happened in that house too.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So but a lot of good stuff happened too. It wasn't all doom and gloom. It was darkness and it was light.
Hence the title of your book.
Exactly.
Yes, the title of your book.
But look, from my perspective, though, do you feel? Because here's the thing: like, I know a lot of rodeo clowns and a lot of grade A assholes. I'd love to give that house to, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm just sort of. Sometimes when I hear you talk about it, it's almost like, and I hate to say it, but like, you know, a little Stockholm syndrome or a battered wife syndrome, where it's like, yeah, he slapped me around, but the flowers really brighten up the room that he bought me afterwards.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, there's no shortage of assholes in the world, but and we've had no shortage. Honest to God, I could point them out just walking in front of this house. But,
so why do you want to save the house? Like, you know what I mean? Like, your connection to this house. I mean, I know there's good stuff in it, but you know what do you see what I'm saying? It's like,
no, I do, connection. But no, Gary, understand this. I was 12 years old. I just turned 67 years old. I've had time to think about this, to process this, to purge whatever needed to be purged. I've had time to heal and to know that what my mother went through in that house and what my sister Cindy went through and what my sister Christine went through and what my sister Nancy went through and what my sister April went through was nothing in comparison. What I went through is nothing in comparison to what they did. I had, for lack of a better word, a multi-dimensional relationship with the spirits. I know that sounds bizarre. I am not sitting on your show trying to convince anybody.
No, it doesn't. I speak about this all the time, interdimensional stuff with my documentation. So please speak your mind and speak your truth. Well, we'd love to hear it.
Well, I'll tell you, there's been faith. All right, I'm going to quote Khalil Gibran. Faith is a knowledge within the heart, beyond reach of proof. There is no proof. And we've got evidence up the yin-yang. Oh my God. I mean, thousands of hours of evidence that has been collected in that house, and years and years and years of people getting EVPs that are like Class A EVPs and all kinds of stuff coming back through computers, and the Echo box and the Spirit box and the this box and the that box. I don't need a box. I am the box. They just come to me and they talk to me and they interact with me. And whenever I walk in that house, it doesn't matter what group of people is in that house. Every one of their dinky little light shiny devices light up like Christmas trees. As soon as I walk in the house and I greet the spirits and they hear my voice, I do tours of that house with groups, or I used to, over the phone. And all they had to do was put it on speakerphone. And all I had to do was greet my spirits. And the whole entire house would come alive. And everybody's oohing and eyeing and crying and clapping. And unbelievable emotional response to being actually present with spirit and allowing them to allow us to interact with them. They are real. Spirit is real. Spirit is true. And anybody that is touched by it, you cannot be untouched. Once you have been touched by spirit, that is a permanent condition. There's no fixing it. There's no going back. You can turn your back on it, on that open door, but eventually something is going to come through and tap you on the shoulder and say, I'm right here and I've been here all along. And I think
we agree with you for sure. We're not debunkers here. We're of the believe first sort of place.
Well, good, because believe first is the best way to go. Because you know what, Gary, it's all we've got. All we've got is hope. That's all we've got. And for us to be able to be in a position now technologically, but also spiritually, to be able to determine what spirit is active around us, to be able to feel the presence of my mother after she passed away last year, to know that she is right here with me, to know that my sister is right here with me, to know that they gave Christmas gifts to the dogs. They gave Christmas gifts to the dogs that were under the tree. We don't know where they came from. 2 years ago, before my mother passed away, April brought Christmas gifts to her dog and put them under our Christmas tree. They were not there when we left for the family gathering. They were there when we came home, and no one was in this house except April. You know, this is, when I tell you the power that they possess to be able to manipulate objects, to be able to literally work in outside of 3D, outside of 4D, even maybe into 5D and beyond. We live in a multi-dimensional universe. We only think that we live in our little 3D shell. Okay, but we have to peck our way out of that and find our way to the truth. And the truth will set you free.
Annie, I want to ask you, because, you know, you talked about it took you years to process, and based on what you just said, you know, the multidimensional self. When did that conclusion come to you? That was not a 12-year-old within 5 minutes saying we're living in multiple dimensions. So when did you?
No, I was about 15, and I was reading Emerson. I was reading his essay Circles, and it made sense to me. It resonated with me, and on Hawthorne resonated with me too.
So you'd already been living in the house for 3 years. You start reading. You're a teenager. You start reading these books and with the metaphysical, and that sort of puts you in this space to sort of really take a grasp on this outlook on life. And did any of that? Has that evolved or changed at all, that worldview versus metaphysical versus spirituality, as you've progressed and learned more about yourself and the house?
Well, keep in mind that I was thrown out of the Catholic Church for asking too many provocative questions.
That's fine by us. We're cool with that.
Completely fine.
Both John and I went to Catholic school, and we are totally like anti-Catholic Church. Church, you know. Yeah.
Well, I love Pope Leo. I'm totally cool with Pope Leo. I'm all down with Pope Leo. But I am never going to self-identify as any specific religion. I mean, I come from an ancient sect. My mother, my father is pure French, from the Alsace-Lorraine area. Their family immigrated to Canada in 1518 and then came down into New England. My mother is Scottish and Cherokee Indian. She was Welsh and Irish and English and a real Heinz 57 mix, but she was also part of the Pecht. She went back to her lineage. When we did her ancestry, went back to the Vikings. So my mother was when she was alive, was one of 9 women left on Earth that had the mitochondrial DNA of a Viking queen. Wow. So I come from good stock.
Sure. Yeah. Ow. So that's sort of what you walked in with, that sort of belief system. And then it slowly changed as a teenager. And then afterwards, did you ever look back and say, I thought this was this then, but now that can you give us a specific example of what you thought it was then and when you were living through it versus how you look at that spirit or entity now and what you think it really was or is?
Our first Easter in the house, we all went to our new parish, which was St. Patrick's in Harrisville. And we had been in the house for several months. Everybody knew what was happening except my father, who is king of denial, who's like, no, it's all your, all you hysterical females. They're like, fuck that noise. There was nothing hysterical about any of us. And he didn't believe us because he was scared shitless. And that's the fact. And you know what? He's just going to have to deal with that and live with that. He's 90 years old. I think he's come to terms with the fact that he was scared shitless, that he had moved his entire family into a house that he had absolutely zero control over. So we all go to church on Easter Sunday. And my sister, we filled our own pew because there were 7 of us. And at the very end of Mass, the priest said, "And the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost." And April turned and looked at my mother, and at the top of her little girl voice, she was only 6 years old, and at the top of her voice, she said, "See, Mommy, God's got ghosts just like we do." And every head in that church turned, and the priest followed my father out with our family, and he said, "Mr. Perrin, I would appreciate it if you would take your family and worship elsewhere." And that's what the Catholic
sounds like a
Church,
Catholic
with
priest,
their rituals and their seances and their expulsions and their exorcisms, that he was as scared as anybody else. He didn't want to lose his flock. He didn't want the weird family that had just moved in coming into his church. And my mother and my father got in the car, and my father was livid, furious. My father had been born and raised in the Catholic tradition. He attended parochial school. He was an altar boy for most of his youth. He joined the Navy right out of high school, and then he met my mother and married her. And he was going to come back after the Navy and go into the seminary to become a priest. That is how serious my father was about his Roman Catholic upbringing, and to be shunned and discarded as though we had absolutely no value at all in that parish as a new family moving into the town. He got in the car. I could see, I was sitting in the back seat, and I could see his, he was just grinding his teeth. And my mother turned and she looked over into the back seat and she said, "Girls, if you want to know God, go to the woods. Go to the woods." And we did. So if we are pagans, then we are pagans, but we went to the woods.
Wow.
And there I found God.
So I was actually going to ask a question about that. There's always so much talk about the farm, but there's so much woods on the property. And I didn't, when I was, just doing some deep dives, I never heard much about it. And now you're speaking about the woods.
Active, John.
I would love to hear about the woods if you would like to share just a little bit.
April had an experience in the woods that I think is the most compelling. I think it's in volume. No, Nancy too. Nancy had a very compelling experience in the woods. But April went down into, we had 200 acres. And she was about 10 years old. And she went down into a pine forest grove that we had back on the acreage. And she saw children. She saw at least 10 children. And it was right across, it was like a half a mile away, not even a half a mile away from the Nipmuc River, which flooded occasionally, like really badly flooded. And so she was walking through the pine forest and she could see little children dressed as Indians. She said they had the moccasins and they had the little coats, and it was springtime, and they were stepping over lady slippers that were in the pine forest, and they all died together in a flood 200 years before. All those children were swept away by a flash flood.
You're not making me want to keep this house. You're not making me want to keep this house, Annie. I'm telling you right now. I don't know what we're talking about.
But it's brilliant, Gary. It's brilliant. Can you imagine? They were in real time. They were in real time in a pine forest that did not exist when they lived. It was not there.
What do you think after all these years? What is it about the place versus the spirit? Is it a place? Is it a time? Is it a spirit? What is the connection? Why there? What do you think it is? What's going on?
I think that it's a portal or a vortex of some kind. I think that there are extraterrestrials that are definitely involved, and that might make some of your listeners' heads spin right off, but I am very tight with our galactic family. We are not alone in the universe, and that is just a fact. And nobody has to believe me. I don't care who. I really don't give a shit who believes me.
No, it's fine. I want to know. I want to know about your connection.
Listen, as I stated before, the viewers that are going to listen to this, I document interdimensional entities all the time.
All the time.
All the time. So
you do have, yes, your reputation precedes you for that, John.
Yeah. Thank you.
How do you connect extraterrestrials to spirits?
I think that everything is the same thing. I think that everything is energy. I think that if anybody wants to know what's really going on, that they need to read Einstein and they need to read Tesla, because these were two of the greatest scientific minds of this or any generation, and both of them were deeply faithful people. And Einstein came to it later in life, but he understood that MC squared, E equals MC squared, is divine. And he understands that. And it's just the titular point of us understanding our universe. But we live in a multidimensional universe, which is why in the 1940s, when we started exploding atomic and hydrogen bombs on this planet, they came. If they could get here, they came. And the reason that they came was because not only were we destroying our own planet, we were also doing damage elsewhere in the universe. And that is why we have had the influx of technology, and we have had the influx of sightings, and we have had the influx, although you do not hear of visitations or abductions very much anymore. And there's a reason for that, because the Federation called an end to it. That just has to stop. They have to understand that even if they're just partially humanoid and partially AI, that we have feelings. And do
you believe in past life regression?
I don't know. I've never had it done, and I don't think that I've been here before. And I had a very, very famous, world famous hypnotist that literally threw a check back at me and said, "I can't hypnotize you. You're not from here. Get out of my office."
Well, that's awesome, by the way. I find that
well, I cried.
Really
I went into the goddamn parking deck at the building and sat there and cried for a half an hour because I was only in my 20s and I didn't understand what he was saying to me.
Well, the one thing I did an interview with a QHHT therapist, right? Quantum hypnosis healing therapy and past life regression. And the past life, what I've come to learn about it, what many of them believe in, is that it is not. It's saying past life is a misnomer. It's more of a everything everywhere all at once.
Thank you very much. I now am madly in love with you. I am madly in love with you. Luckily, you are on the other side of the country and you can't deal with this crazy woman person to person. But that is exactly right. You are exactly right.
What you're talking about with energy and dimensions and other, and there's aliens and extraterrestrials, rather, I should say, and the connection between that energy is all something that they believe in wholeheartedly, because it's less about what you were before, but it's what that timeline of you is.
That's right. And it's what you are becoming. It is what you are becoming. We are in a rapid evolution of human consciousness. We are in that right now. And I call it the paradigm shift. And it's very simple to explain. The paradigm shift is what happens when everything changes and nothing is ever the same again. And we have a complete new open opportunity to examine our universe in a completely different way. I wrote a little piece, a treatise as part of one of my books a few years ago, and it's called The Chicken and the Egg. And one night, excuse me, just a second.
I don't know what came first. If you're about to ask me what came first, please don't. I don't have an answer.
No, I have your answer for you.
All right, let's hear it.
I went outside. Well, I was working on a screenplay, actually. And I used to get pushed around quite a bit in the middle of the night. I still do. I'm usually out at about 3 o'clock in the morning every morning talking to my galactic family. And the sky lights up and they are beautiful and nobody's around to see. And so it's very, very personal. And I bring the dogs because the dogs are not afraid of them except up close. They don't like them. At a distance is fine, but not up close. But I went outside because I got pushed in my bed. I had already closed down the computer and I went to bed. And it was about 3 o'clock in the morning and I got pushed while I was in bed. Well, I was in Florida and it was winter, which meant that I had to put slippers and a robe on to go outside. And I didn't want to go outside. And I said, no, not tonight. Leave me alone. Nope. I got pushed again. I got up, I put my robe, I put my slippers on, I went out into our expansive driveway, and I looked up at the sky and I said, what is it? I was aggravated. I was tired. I was depleted, and I just wanted to go to bed. What is it? And instead of seeing a flash in the sky, or seeing an arc of golden light, or a green streak that literally traced the circular circumference of the world, because sometimes they're far enough out that when they're flying that fast, you can literally see the arc of the world. I didn't see that night. Gary, what I saw was a flash of light that was so bright that it almost knocked me back in the driveway. And in that split second, I was 12 years old again. I was 12 years old, and we had just gone to the chicken farm. And because my parents wanted to be gentlemen and gentle lady farmers, and they wanted their kids to have good fresh eggs. And so they took us across the border to Connecticut to a chicken farm. And there were all the chickens. And there were the farmer and his wife. And the farmer's wife took my mother and all 5 of us into the, I think they call it the candler shop, where they've got all the little eggs set up in incubators. And my father was talking to the farmer. and when we went in there, one of the eggs started to move. And I got so excited. I was just a little kid and I got so excited and I wanted to hold the baby chicken so bad. And I reached over and I put my hand on that egg and I started to crack the shell. And my mother pulled my hand back and she said, no, honey, if you crack the shell, the baby will die. I was mortified. And what she was trying to tell me was the amount of energy that it took for that chicken to peck its way out of its own encasement, out of its own egg, was exactly equivalent to the amount of energy that and stamina that would require to live outside the egg. And so all of a sudden, the chicken and the egg took on completely new meaning for me. And I understood that the reason why I never had that memory again was because I learned my lesson that day as a 12-year-old. Do not crack the egg. If the egg does not crack from the inside out, the chicken will perish. And that is true of us. It is true of every single one of us. We have to find our way through our own spiritual evolution. And it's not vertical. It's not horizontal. It's all over the place. And it's every single one of us every day is confronted with 1,000 different things that we need to make a decision about. And how do we want to live? And every morning when we wake up to a new day. And every morning we decide, whether consciously or subconsciously, how do we want this day to be? And I choose to live in the light, and nothing dark can touch me, not even cancer.
I'm feeling a little guilty about eating scrambled eggs this morning. I'll tell you that. After
well, you should, because you know what? I had them yesterday morning and I felt guilty too. But I have to eat something because I've lost so much friggin' weight so fast.
I got to tell you, your energy is top shelf. I can't. Yeah. I mean, if you didn't tell us you were battling cancer right now, I would never guess it.
We would have known. Yeah,
I mean that, well, truthfully.
Yeah. Because I'm not putting up with this bullshit. Yeah, okay, now that I know, I mean, you started this show with a fuck. Okay, so I'm going to tell you my daily mantra. My daily mantra is get the fuck out of my big fat fluffy temple now, you rotten son of a bitch. Go back and live with your father, the devil. Amen. That is my mantra.
That's intent.
That is intent.
That is intent. I speak of intent all the time. That is intent. And it's strong.
Annie, how do you tell people or do people come to you and ask you, like, what do I do with this ghost in my house? Or what do I do with this? How do you?
I thought you were about to ask her how she like her scrambled eggs.
No, no.
Sauce with cheese.
I love it with cheese,
baby.
Little corned beef.
Corned beef, a little hash, babe.
Oh,
I hate corned beef.
Oh, John,
corned beef
you're gonna have
never
to come over. We're gonna have to chow down. I'm telling you.
Oh, we're gonna have to, definitely.
Gary, I don't know. I don't know if he can handle it or not.
I can't. No, I'm not a corned beef eater. Not a chance. Not for me. There's certain things I won't touch. I can go through the rest of my life without ever having it. But it's when you have such a strong outlook on it, but not everybody is. I'm going to say not everybody's as strong as you are. I'll tell you that right now. Even some of the people we've met and dealt with. So, how do you help? What kind of advice do you give people? One, to identify with what they're dealing with, how to process what they're dealing with, and how to live with or leave that situation.
All right, I'm going to say something now that is going to be difficult to hear. A lot of these people have mental illness issues. A lot of these.
I say it all the time. I say it all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do not do home investigations. I've never done investigations. Why would I need to investigate jack shit? I'm going and looking for something I already know exists. That's ridiculous. But I know a lot of people that do home investigations, and they will walk into a house of squalor and screaming babies and dirty diapers and dishes in the sink and pets that have not been cared for. And then they walk in and they say, what can we do to help you? And the woman says, I have a demon in my house. She's the demon. She's the demon. I don't believe in demons. I've never seen a demon. I don't know what a demon is. I know that there is evil in the world. All you have to do is turn the news on, and on any given night, and you can watch all the evil that you could possibly want to see. The proof is, good and evil exist in this world. And that's just how it is. But she is the one that's attached. She is the one that's struggling. She is the one that is scared. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. My throat is so dry.
Take your time.
Orange juice.
Yo.
It's the good stuff.
With vodka?
Okay. And this happens, sadly, much more than you might think that it does. But there are actual cases of infestation, and there are actual cases where I believe that an exorcist is a necessary fixture in the placement of it. And Ed and Lorraine Warren dealt with some of that themselves. And I have had some personal experience with it as well. Not for me personally, but from a very, very close friend of mine who was invited to assist on an exorcism. And the woman in the room turned to him and told him things about his childhood that she could not possibly have known. And he was completely and totally freaked out, and he had to leave the exorcism, and he had to leave the house, and he's never looked back.
It feels, let me ask you this, because when I hear about exorcisms, in that sense, which is a very religious ceremony.
Yeah, it is.
Is it a bit performative? Is it more just a way to show? Yeah,
it is.
Right?
It is.
Okay.
And that's very unfortunate. There was no exorcism in our house. My mother was not possessed. My mother was attacked by something that Lorraine Warren's spiritual medium invited into the house during a seance that my father did not want to happen. And within 5 minutes, Gary, I am telling you, I'm looking directly into your eyes. I am telling you, within 5 minutes, my mother was levitating in a chair and was tossed 20 feet from the middle of our dining room into the middle of our parlor. And when her head struck the floor that night, I blamed the Warrens. And when her head struck the floor that night, everyone that was present in that house thought they had just watched my mother die. So I know about childhood trauma. And that was, of everything that I have ever had to deal with in my entire life, that was the worst moment of my life. Watching my mother fly was the worst moment of my life. And she was out of it. She was completely like not comatose, but catatonic. She never knew. Right till the day she died, she never had any memory of that night, but everybody else that was present in that house that night, including Ed Warren, that took a punch right directly in the face from my father because he tried to stop my father from going to my mother. And that was a big mistake. I mean, that was a big mistake, like Marie Antoinette saying, let them eat cake.
Let them eat cake.
Except that she made a bigger mistake. And what she said after that was that cost her head was never party with peasants. Party with the fucking peasants, okay? Party with the peasants. You want to party? Party with the peasants.
Poverty made her uncomfortable, Annie. Poverty made her uncomfortable. I get it.
Yeah, I guess it did. I'm sure. But, you know, just as an aside, because, you know, my mother always said that I was the queen of high strangeness. And she always said that I row with one oar in the river of consciousness and go in circles and circles and circles. But you know what? Here's the thing about the river of consciousness, the river of life. When we're little kids and we see this incredible body of water spread out in front of us, our life ahead of us, we're excited. And we might actually toe dabble, and we might go sit on the bank of the shore and let the water run over our toes, but it's scary because it's so fast and it's so powerful. And then we get older and we get older and then we get older, and then we start to crave jumping into that life body of water. And then we think that what we want is up around the corner, around the bend, and we can't see it, but we jump into this raging body of water and we start swimming against the current because we think what we want is someplace that we can't see it when it's right in front of us. And when your lungs are on fire and your arms are burning and you have got nothing left to expend, flip over and float. The universe knows the way.
I mean,
I agree.
That's a wildly powerful way to think about how to just get through any tough time.
Flip over and float, baby.
People panic. Roll with it.
Yeah.
Roll with it.
And then they drown. They drown in their own despair, and they drown in their own struggling, and they drown looking for faith that was right there with them all along.
But is that an advice tip for someone who might be going through a similar experience of what you were going through? It's like, look, get on your back and roll with these things around you. I
have been through this last 8 days. I have had 3 PET scans, 3 MRIs, infusions, building a mask for radiation for the 5 tumors that they have discovered in my brain. And it has absolutely nothing, I'm sure that you can tell from my conversation with you, that 5 little tumors in my brain, a couple of lesions and a couple of little tumors, are not in any way impacting me negatively. I am not putting up with this. Get out of my fluffy temple now.
Yeah. Now, do you feel that there is a possibility that what you're experiencing now is due to your exposure to these interdimensional energies and powers?
No.
No?
No. I think that I'm supposed to have this cancer so that I can heal from this cancer, so that I can write a book and tell other people how to heal from cancer. I think that that's exactly what's happening, and that it's part of my mission. It's part of my journey, and I embrace it. I embrace it not as a perversion. Because of this cancer, we're going to get the farmhouse back, and we're going to save that farmhouse because people care so much about me, and I am so deeply grateful, and I am so humbled, and I can't even tell you the outreach for me, for Jason Hawes to be able to fulfill my greatest wish, which would be my greatest legacy. It would be my greatest legacy to be any part of a pivotal part of changing the outcome and the history of this house and giving it a future.
Well, I think your positivity alone towards your affliction right now is amazing. And I think so many people hearing your words about that subject, you probably do a lot of good, helping a lot of people. So that's awesome. Your attitude is just incredible. I mean,
even the attitude towards this haunted horror show of the house is amazing to me. Like, first of all, I mean, I don't even know. That's, like I said, if I bought the house, I'm burning it down. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to build a new house.
So therefore, you're not allowed to buy the house.
No, you don't want me to have it. Now, I'll support whoever. But so what do you want to see? Why do you want it to be bought? And what do you want it to be in 10 years from now? It's bought by somebody you respect. They bought it. What is happening there?
What is happening is that we are making films and we are making documentaries and we are documenting evidence that is irrefutable evidence. And we are capturing and capturing and capturing more and more and more. And what we are doing is we are letting people into the house to feel the fire of this house, to feel the energy of this house, to feel the blessed, burning, sacred bush of this house. Is
there any fear? Is there anything in that house that's off limits that you wouldn't want people to go near or experience?
No.
Just even though what you lived through and seen?
No
what
fear.
Your mother went through?
No, there should be no fear. As soon as I walk in that house, as soon as I'm associated with that house, everything is calm. Everybody steps forward. Everybody has whatever they have to say. You know, I've worked with Cody and Satori in the house. They are absolutely brilliant. They practice numismatism, which is a very rare spiritual art, and they are brilliant at it. And I don't care what anybody ever has to say about Cody and Satori. Cody and Satori are my children. They are my adopted children. Thankfully, Jason Hawes was kind enough to share his daughter with me. Cody's parents are totally fine if I just take them, take him completely off their hands. And these are my people, and this is my tribe. And Friday night when I do my show, I have a podcast called A World Awakening on, well, it's everywhere. It's just kind of everywhere. KGRA radio, but it's a multicast all over the world. And on Friday night, I'm going to have the entire team of caretakers from the farm and all of our plans and everything that we want to do. And I will be there, and I will be taking my friends, and I will find a way to get on a plane, and I will find a way to bring my agent with me so that if I need any help, I will have the assistance that I need. My dear Greta Reefer, who's my agent, and my dear, dear friend. And I will go to the farm, and we will welcome and embrace everybody, because that's the thing. This farm is for the community. This isn't Jason's farm. This isn't Cody and Satori's farm. It doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to everyone. He just has to facilitate the sale. So we're talking about money. We can raise the money. The money's almost raised. We're doing
and
really well.
We'll be sure to put a link to this GoFundMe in the link tree in my bio and in this description of this when we drop this episode for sure. There had to be a point of, absolutely, no, thank you. What was the point where you realize that even a spirit that might have appeared to be combative now is not, when did that realization click, and sort of the discovery of that and how you classified it?
Well, my attitude about it was knock it off, and I had a couple of incidents where like some smoky gray stuff started seeping under my door, and I'm like, I'm busy. I'm doing my homework now. You're going to have to come back another time. That's always just been my attitude with them. And then, it just smoky seeps away and just goes away. I mean, I have an ongoing relationship with the spirits at the farm. I have always had that. I will always have that. There are members of my family that my mother never went back after the day that we left that farm. She never went back. My sister Cindy will never go back. Christine will never go back. Nancy would go back in a heartbeat. And April is still attached to our little Henry Richardson, or Oliver. We don't know if his name was Henry or Oliver, but the little boy that she met at the farm that she befriended. And I have animals walking. Sorry.
No, we're all about,
That's
especially cats here. So you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got the kitty and 2 doggies, but they're being good. I had to shut down everything so that they get distracted while I was doing my interview.
No, it's all right. So your connection. Do you feel that you have left some of your energy in that house?
Yes. Oh my God, yes. But it's all positive. It's all positive, and they know that I love them. Even the cranky ones. You know, they had hard lives, Gary. I mean, these people didn't have electricity. They didn't have running water. They didn't have heat unless they cut it down off their own property.
Say no more. My idea of camping is a 4 seasons where the TV's down.
Yeah, I know. So a total nervous breakdown. Oh my God, the cable's down.
No way.
You know, really? We have no idea
I'm a
the
princess.
hardships they faced. Bathsheba Sherman, she lost all of her children except one before the age of 4. You know what that woman went through and then got blamed for. She didn't do anything wrong. Bathsheba didn't do anything wrong. I know Bathsheba. She didn't do anything wrong. It was Mrs. Warren that decided to pin everything on her and then wrote it up in a case file that got made into a fictional film. You know, the real story is so much more compelling and so deeply spiritual and so filled with empathy and compassion. You know, these spirits had hard lives. And who knows? I mean, think about 200 years ago. Everybody's all freaked out about their religion now, okay? Now imagine 200 years ago when you have decided that it's the end of your life and you have climbed a ladder and hung yourself in the barn. Okay, now, do you go to the light, or is that light fire and brimstone of hell everlasting because you dared to challenge God and take your life, which was the predominant belief system at the time? So suicide was considered the ultimate sin. Or do you stay where you're comfortable? Do you stay where you are known, where the other spirits are, where your family and your ancestors still are? Do you stay comfortably at home even though you are free, finally, from a body ravaged by wounds and pain and age? Do you stay home or do you go to the light? And what does that light mean? And is it the light of everlasting salvation or is it the light of damnation? Now,
that's a great point.
Ghost 200 years ago and ask yourself that question.
Right, perspective is a great
would you
a piece of this that you don't ask.
Would you say that, let's say, people believe in attachments and spirits following them and whatnot. Would you say if somebody walked in there with the spirit that has never been on the farm, would you say that the farm would have a way of elevating or amplifying that
and welcoming them? I have 2 friends. This is a very important story, and I know we're running short on time, but this is very important.
Please take your time.
And
take your time. I have as much time as you do. If you get tired, you want a break.
If you got time, yeah, definitely.
We've got it.
John, this will particularly appeal to you because of your research. I have 2 friends. One of them has passed away now, but had 2 friends. One of them had a profound hearing loss, and one of them was blind. And when they went to the farm, their sensory perceptions were completely healed for the time that they were on that property. And then when they left the property, the impairments returned. What is that?
Wow. And just, I just want to point out, this is a place that the media, in Hollywood and everything has turned into, a horror. And here's a beautiful story. And that goes into another question I was going to ask you, but you just answered it there. What a beautiful story of 2 people with, one's blind, one's deaf, and then all of a sudden having the chance and the experience to hear and see. That is just amazing. That's amazing. So what do you think that is? Why do you think it was the spirits there allowing them to see and hear?
The house is on ley lines.
Okay.
There's rivers and creeks and water, and it's on the Lost River of New Hampshire that was buried during the last ice age.
Yep.
And that's the well for the house. It was 700 feet down when they finally struck water. My father had a new well put in, and 700 feet down is pretty damn deep to go. And they found the Lost River of New Hampshire. You can literally stand on that property and you can feel the raging river moving 700 feet underneath, below where you are standing. You can feel the vibration in the stone walls. You can lay on the bridge overneath, over above the Nipmuc River, and you can feel the trembling of the earth. This place is absolutely alive. I don't know if you're familiar with FLIR technology, but I have a FLIR picture of that farm that looks like it's on fire. It's a nighttime shot of a FLIR picture of that farm with energy coming off of it to the extent that it looks like it's fully engulfed in flames.
Was this an aerial shot? Was this taken from like a aerial, like a drone?
No, it was taken from the ground.
From the ground. Wow, that's amazing.
Yep.
But this speaks to a lot of what a lot of people we've spoken to, you know, different mediums or even witches or people who have experience when you have this thought of vibration and energy and how everything vibrates and everything's connected in that energy.
Frequency. Yes.
Frequency is another one. And let me ask you this. Here, this is John's theory, and I tend to sort of lean into it. And John, I'm going to speak for it. I'll articulate it for you a second, of what spirits are, which is sort of our, we all have energy within us, right? We all have energy.
That's what keeps our heart beating.
Right.
Yes.
We have a literal electric synapses firing at all times.
At all times.
And so the belief is that spirits are our memories or our consciousness, because we really don't know what the mind is or what that does. Attached to that energy that gets dissipated when we pass.
Yes.
That consciousness. That's kind of what.
But it doesn't dissipate. It transforms.
Yes.
It does not. Energy cannot
dissipate.
Be destroyed, and it cannot be created.
Yep.
That's
it transforms. It transfers. 100%.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So that's kind of how we look at what a spirit is. It's this consciousness, this memories of ours, taking on a new space or whatever that may be. Yeah. Do you feel that the house, the farm, is somehow a magnet? That might be a bad word for that energy.
It's an excellent word choice. And I am magnetized to the farm, and the farm is magnetized to me. And I have that, and my father has it too, and my sister Nancy has it too. Absolute magnetism. My father had a relationship with one of the spirits that was very problematic with my mother. It's like a big chunk of volume 2 of the trilogy. But the third volume was the hardest to write. And even though it is the shortest of the 3 volumes of House of Darkness, House of Light, it was also when we left the farm. And I thought it would be the easiest to write because, okay, yada, yada, we, did our thing. And now it's time to leave the farm. But oh my God, that's where everything opens up in volume 3. That's where everything opens up and we realize there was a spirit. My sister refused to move. She refused to move. She was so angry at my parents for selling the farm, my sister Nancy. And when we left the farm that day, there was an apparition standing right behind her. And 2 days later, when we got to Georgia and Cindy was waiting at the new house in Georgia, that same apparition was standing behind the window in the new house in Georgia, 1,200 miles away, 2 days later. And my mother grabbed my hand and she said, "This is not over. This will never be over." And no truer words were ever spoken by a mortal soul.
Wow. Wow.
I look at, why do you think that your family has that, how do I ask this question? What makes you think that you're more of a magnet or an attraction for spirit?
I have absolutely no idea, other than I'm not from here. I am on the earth, but I am not of this earth, which is why I know I can defeat anything that comes my way, and then I can show other people how to do exactly the same thing. And that is my mission, and that is my purpose. And I am here to spread love, because love is our superpower. Love is everything. And when we tap into that frequency, and when that resonates with each and every one of us, and we understand that we are each and every one of us a member of one common human family, and that we are not alone in the universe, and that we are loved, and that we are protected, and that we are envisioned to live lives of promise and purpose. And I live a life of promise and purpose, and I don't let anything dark come near me. Nothing is allowed to come near me.
Well, that's for sure. I have no doubt that you're going to attack this latest ailment with the same level of intent that you've kept
definitely.
spirits at bay, without question. Do you consider yourself like a medium of any kind?
No.
Not at all.
I'm everything. We're all everything. I don't put labels. I do not, I manipulate energy, but I don't list myself as a witch. I have witchy characteristics. I am able to do things that other people cannot do. I am able to leave my body when I'm laying on a table and look at myself being, like a CT scan. I watched from above and I didn't move a muscle because they had to line that mask up exactly right. So I didn't move a muscle. I laid there like I was looking at a dead body on an ice slab. And that was 2 days ago in the hospital in the morning. I am unaffected, completely unaffected by anything in this realm that challenges me. I will not tolerate conflict. I will not tolerate discord. I will not tolerate hatefulness. And I am all about spreading the light and the love. There is one message and one message only. And I don't care what people do or what they say or how this perversion of faith that has happened around the world, perversion of faith. That's how we got Hamas. That's how we got this. That's how we got that. We are in a place now of absolute revolution and evolution. And the word love is in both of those words. The word love is in both of those words.
I blame social media.
Our attention on that.
I blame social media, even though that's terrible to say because we use it
for everything.
I mean, we unfortunately we're social media babies here, and it's John's. That's where he built his audience. It's sort of the new way of doing things, but I truly believe it is an existential threat. Certainly to civility.
It's an existential threat to civility.
And it's really been, people can just say things and they don't think
do
about consequences.
And they don't care who they offend.
It's like
care who they hurt.
When I deal with spirits and I tell people, everyone's like, oh, it's so negative. This is so negative. And it's like, no, it's not. The problem is that the negative for some odd reason is more loud than the positive. And it's the same with social media. Social media can bring people together and bring communities together. But at the same time, it can tear things apart. When it tears things apart, it seems louder, but it's not.
Enragement is engagement.
Exclusive, John. They're not mutually exclusive. Both can be true at once.
I agree.
And therein lies your problem.
Exactly. It's wild, isn't it? Yeah. What a world we're living in.
What a world we're living in.
What a world.
We have the power to change it.
We do.
We do. And I believe that, and I will believe that till I draw my last breath on this earth. I will never stop. I will never stop. I want to bring light into people's lives. And you know what? When I am in a group of people and I'm doing an event and people walk up to me and they wrap their arms around me and they start to sob and they tell me things that they've never told anyone ever. Not their parents, not their siblings, not their spouse, but they tell me because they know that I'm trustworthy, and what they're telling me, I can say to them and look in their eyes and say, I believe you. And those 3 words are just as powerful as I love you.
That is true. That is true. When you give somebody you let them know that you're listening, being a listener as opposed to talker is great.
And they sob because they've been touched by spirit and they don't understand, and it's scary to them. And I tell them, be not afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of. We are more powerful. When people tell me they're having an issue in their house, I'm like, sit down and make 2 cups of tea and put a nice little piece of china on the table and have a talk with the spirit that you consider offending you.
Yeah. Annie, what if first of all, again, thank you for your time here, and I don't want to keep you too much longer. You've given us a lot of time,
Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you. An amazing interview.
Really,
My
what are some
pleasure.
questions
Oh no,
you?
it's my pleasure. You couldn't be more delightful, and I will join you anytime. I know I'm in like really metaphysical headspace today.
I love it. No, I love it because what I want to know is you have put so many pieces together. You have made very clear decisions of what you have experienced. Categories. What questions do you have still about what you've experienced? Are there any?
No.
You have no questions you want left unanswered that are
I
unanswered
wanted to make sure that my mother, I have a friend who's a medium. She called me a few months ago. When my baby sister April died in 2017, she died quite suddenly and tragically from a fentanyl overdose that was given to her by her doctor. And she was only 51 years old. She was 2 weeks away from her 52nd birthday. It fucking devastated our family. We lost our baby girl for no good reason other than a really botched prescription. And April came to us, and before she was supposed to go in and have surgery on her neck, she came and she brought her little dog Sammy down here so that he could stay while she was in the hospital. And the next morning when my niece went to pick her mom up to take her to the hospital, she found her body. And it was that was like kind of the beginning of the end, because we were no longer a family of 7, and yet we still are. And yet April is there. So anyway, my friend Kristen calls me and she's like, you have a question for your mother. And mom passed away in June of last year. And she said, you have a very specific question for your mother. And I said, well, let me think, because I didn't expect to hear from her. And I said, yes, I need to know if Mom and April are together. That's all I need to know, if Mom and April are together. And she got very quiet. And then she said the most important, impactful words to me. She said, pineapple upside down cake. When April came down, she wanted Mom to make her a pineapple upside down cake, and Mom kept putting her off and saying, I'll do it after your surgery, but she never came home. And I knew that when Kristen said that they were together, because my mother regretted that to the last breath, that she never made that cake for April. And that's all April asked for, and it's all she wanted, and Mom didn't make the cake for her because she was going to make it when she came home to recover from the surgery. And I know that they are together, and I know, as hard as it is not to be able to feel them in my arms anymore, I feel them in my heart, and I embrace them, and I feel the healing that's coming from them. And I am so grateful to you and to John and to everybody who is being supportive and so kind and compassionate and generous of spirit. We are all spirit. Each and every one of us is a form of spirit. We're just having a human experience right now. And all we need to do is breathe and flip over and float and find our way, because the universe knows the way home.
You know what's top shelf about you, Annie, is that I ask you a question of like, what is there something you know that you don't want to know? And the story, and you say no, and the story you give is so personal. And like, I know, I got it. I'm covered. I know my mom's there. I know my sister's there. Yeah. I got it. I got all the answers I need. And that is quite
I agree. I mean, listen, remove all the experiences you had at the farm, remove all of this. And Annie, you are such a pleasant person to speak to.
That is wild.
This has been an amazing interview. So thank you for that. Thank you for,
listen,
everything.
And we will, of course, we're going to put the GoFundMe up again. That link will be in the description here and in the link tree in my bio for the Conjuring House that they're trying to keep it preserved. I think that's being, the face of that is Jason Hawes, who you guys would know. Yes. the OG from Ghost Hunters, who spawned a lot of babies here in social media and elsewhere to get into ghost hunting. I don't know if he realizes what he's done to the world of the paranormal by doing that show and creating people like my nephew here to start, but it's
I love it.
It's funny, but
great.
We'll post that for you. I mean, you clearly have a passion for it. We want to help you out any way we can. We thank you for your time, and your story is wonderful. And I think I want people to look at it as your story is one of survival on many fronts and coping and living with what one would think might be the most horrible situation to be in, and recognizing you can easily get through it with understanding, education, empathy. Read a fucking book, learn about what this is, understand what you're dealing with, and you can get through all of it. And I really find your outlook on not only on what spirits are, but how to deal with them and how to move past it is something that is, I hope our audience likes it. I love it. It's sort of, it paints a bigger picture for us in this quest of trying to figure out what are we dealing with and what are all these people talking to on these spirit boxes. And I love getting your perspective. Annie, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
And I will join you anytime. Pick a subject. Any subject.
That is great.
Except cryptids. Because I'm pretty sure that Harry and the Hendersons are extra dimensional beings that just pop in, and we're never going to find a carcass. That's all I got to say about that. They're just, they're visiting. They're just visitors like so many other visitors to the planet. And, that's my take on cryptids. We can skip that episode and just go right into the extraterrestrials next time, because I have friends in high places.
We would love that, as I would love that. I would love to dive into all that.
I know, we haven't even gotten into. I haven't even gotten my head around. I'm just trying to get a handle on ghosts now. It's like trying to figure out like skinwalkers and shit like that. I mean, you got to be out of your mind. It's like I got to worry about aliens now too.
Yeah.
It's like,
there's nothing to worry about. You see, we're the danger, not them. They pose no danger and no threat to us. We're the danger.
What I always say, fear the living.
I don't want to probe this.
Yep, fear the living, not the dead. Fear the living, not the dead.
Well, if they're alive, they might want to get all up in this and probe things that I don't necessarily want probed.
Yeah.
You might like it, Gary.
No,
you might
like it. Worry about that.
Yeah, I might like it. That's fair enough.
And I did not say that. John said that.
I said that.
He did.
Okay.
I know he did. All right. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. What's up, everybody? Oh, there he is. He's made it.
I made it.
What's up, dude?
I made it. They actually had everything ready for me. My check-in was literally, they met me at the door and handed me my key, so it worked out perfectly.
Amazing.
Hopefully I don't have a bad echo in here in the room, but,
It's not so bad.
All right, good.
It's not so bad. All right, dude, we got a jam-packed, lots of things to talk about.
Yes, we do. Yes,
we do. Lots of business. Before we get to our guest, very special guest today to talk about this week's episode. But all right, so let's get into it. We had some amazing interviews coming up.
Yeah.
And one in particular, I don't know if you guys got your latest edition of Paranormal News, if I got delivered. Did you get the latest edition of Paranormal News, John?
I did not get it, but I'm planning on it.
Oh boy, the hottest thing in Paranormal News. So look, I don't know if you're listening. 15 cents for the Paranormal News. But it's look, everybody that's interested in this space has probably heard one way or another about what's going on with the Conjuring House. And Jason Hawes is taking a lead in, if you don't know who Jason Hawes is, he's one of the guys, the original Ghost Hunters, the TV show, probably spawned the whole thing of why everybody does paranormal on social media. One of the first guys to ever do it. He is doing a GoFundMe to help buy the house at the request of one of the former residents and the family that owned it, Andrea Perrin. And we were fortunate enough, John and I, to interview Andrea this week. We are going to drop that interview on Tuesday. It's going to be absolutely awesome. I think you guys are going to love it. She is an incredible guest. I'm going to give you a little taste of it here in a second. But this GoFundMe is real, and she believes in it. She wants the house. First of all, dude, I said this to her, right? I can't believe that she gives a shit about this house after being haunted in it for 10 years.
Especially the fact that she doesn't investigate, she doesn't document, she doesn't do anything like that. You know, she's more.
She's been there, dude.
Yeah, she's been there.
She's seen it all.
So it is, and guys, we had to ask, why do you want to save this place? Why? Like, what's the reason? And she explained it to us.
She's got a great reason. She loves it. Listen, the interview we do with Andrea is not about the differences between the movie and how she lived it. You can find that everywhere. There's a lot of wonderful interviews out there and podcasts that have done that interview. And she wrote 3 fucking books about it. So buy the books. Also, links to those books in our link tree in Splintered Spirits. Now,
same with the GoFundMe as well.
Same with the GoFundMe. And here's the thing, guys, of this. Yes, we're dropping it on Tuesday, but here's a little secret. If you want to see it now, you can. You can, if you're watching us on YouTube or Spotify, you can sign up and be a member, and you can get advanced episodes, and you can watch them ahead of the drop. Will we, of course, always be giving them away on Tuesdays? Yes. But if you want to watch ahead, you can. And since we just started this, you're not just going to get the Andrea Perrin episode. I've also made available the upcoming Mike Dorsey episode. If you don't know who Mike is the executive producer of Ghost Hunters House Calls. He works with Zach Baggins a lot. He also has a brand new Ted Bundy documentary on Fox Nation. He's just, really talking about how they film these TV shows. And I've also given you another episode in advance that you can have.
That's 3 episodes.
3 episodes. This in Paranormal News. 3 episodes. And that episode is with Steve Parsons. Steve Parsons is a UK ghost hunter. Been doing it for 45 years. Unbelievably credible. He wrote this book, Ghostology. I don't know if it's in focus or if it's backwards, but he wrote this book. It is, honestly, if you're watching us here and you're an investigator or you fancy yourself one and you haven't read that book, just quit. Just quit. Or wear a shirt that says you're a fraud. Because that book, this guy is great. And that was a great interview as well. Yeah. So listen, all right, the Spotify membership, it's a couple bucks, and it's a couple bucks less than YouTube. Why? Well, because you don't get as much on Spotify. You just get the advanced episode. On YouTube, it's a little bit more. Why? Why is it more? Because you get sub-only chats. You get special stickers and badges, which the kids love. So it's all different, right? So we can spot you faster. We can do it. You can donate. But they're there. They're ready for you to listen. Let me just give you now a little taste. I want to share with you a piece of the interview with Andrea, just so you can see the kind of woman she is. Just a clip that I made from that interview, which I think is going to blow your minds a little bit. It really sums her up in a nutshell. She's so wild and so strong in what she's going through. Because, by the way, guys, she's got cancer and she's still killing. She's just, her attitude in life is amazing. Mm-hmm. Oh, let me open this. Do this like this. Yeah, we get that open, and then we do a share screen. That's right. I think we figured this out last time. And we do that, and we pop this window, and we say share audio.
It's only an extra 5 cents.
Only an extra 5. For an extra 5 cents, you can get the Paranormal News. All right, here we go. Let's see. Share. Let's see. All right, can everybody see that? You can see that, right? All right, let me press play on this.
No, I think that I'm supposed to have this cancer so that I can heal from this cancer, so that I can write a book and tell other people how to heal from cancer. I think that that's exactly what's happening, and that it's part of my mission, it's part of my journey, and I embrace it. I embrace it, not as a perversion. Because of this cancer, we're going to get the farmhouse back, and we're going to save that farmhouse. And I am so deeply grateful, and I am so humbled, and I can't even tell you the outreach for me, which would be my greatest legacy. It would be my greatest legacy to be any part of a pivotal part of changing the outcome and the history of this house.
Yeah, man. So I'm going to drop that clip online tomorrow, but I just want to give you guys a taste of it here now.
I tell you, everybody that just heard that, you can't pay for those effects, by the way. That's completely natural. That's completely natural, by the way. If everybody heard that the way I heard it, it was like you were watching it from another interdimensional portal.
Oh, what? Were you getting an audio loop?
Big time. Yeah. But it was cool sounding.
Oh, I don't know why that is. Well, I'm sorry about that. But look, you'll get an idea.
It's a teaser, so they just got
it's a teaser. There won't be audio. But look, the point is, we have this is a legend in this paranormal space, Andrea Perron. She has been through it. One of the probably the most right now, the most famous haunting thing you can probably deal with is The Conjuring. She lived through it. She was kind enough to share her story with us, and really it's about how a person copes with that, processes what happened, and then survives it. And that's kind of the angle we took, because that's what interests me. Like, how do you live in a place and be like abused by ghosts for 10 years and then still be happy about it and still be sharp-witted and still love your family and still, not, I mean, I told her straight, like you said, John, I told her straight up, I would have burned that place to the ground. I don't want anything to do with it. Or I'd want to give that house to a couple of a-holes I know.
Yeah.
Instead.
Well, that's the thing. We when she agreed to do the interview, both me and Gary were like, we're not doing what everybody else has done. We've heard she's answered the same questions over and over and over on all these other interviews, which are all great, by the way, and we watched them all.
Yeah, they're awesome. There's plenty of people who covered it really well.
Yeah, and so if you're up to date with everything, this is going to be like, oh, wow, like this is really cool. Just getting her feedback on things. And it was one of those interviews where we all just were, I mean, I don't know. It was like, we've known each other for years type deal, the way we were talking to each other.
She's wonderful. I got to tell you, this woman... And she's been texting me all day. She wants to help us and hook us up with, she's plugged in everybody. Yeah. I don't know, man. It was a really great vibe. She has a really great energy. And while I don't have a dog in this race for this house, I certainly want her to have what she wants. So please go to the link tree in my bio, in the Splintered Spirits 100%. Bio, anywhere. And you'll see a picture of her. It is a direct link to this GoFundMe. If everybody in this audience, I mean, John, if you have 1 million followers, everybody gave 50 cents, they could buy 2 of these houses. I mean, it's it's not a lot. So we're going to push for her while we can push for her and try to make it happen. Right. All right, chat. So listen, let's get into the business of the week too here, because I hope did everyone watch the reading? Because I dropped that reading.
So Gary, real
Nadal
quick,
gave me.
Let's refresh everybody on that reading.
Yeah.
It happened a while ago. Even I need a refresher.
Sure.
So what was the gist of your reading with Kathy, who's amazing, by the way? If you haven't checked her out yet, please do.
Oh yeah, Kathy Nadal is a fan of the show. First of all, Kathy Nadal, just as a side point, now I can never get another reading from anybody, right? Because now that I've published this, I'm not going to trust anybody else that they didn't see this. And she was so thorough about the things that could matter to me that it's, what else could somebody say that could do it? So she's my psychic, right? Kathy Nadal. I mean, I want to meet other psychics, and I want to hear what they have to say, and I'm a fan of them, but I couldn't possibly get a reading from one and not be worried that they just listened to this. So the thing about this reading was, I lost my brother several years ago, and it seemed like that she was getting a lot of vibes from him coming through. First, the reading starts out with some old woman who could have been associated with my wife, and it was like she was dominating the scene. But then it started to push through this big personality, which it sort of started to feel like it could have been my brother, John. So she said a lot of stuff in there that I was unsure of at the time. So I had to bring in, we're going to bring in someone else who knew my brother very well in a moment as a special guest, because I had her listen and see if she can read it. I'll tell you when she's in. She's not in yet. She'll be joining us soon. But that's the gist of it, man. Like, it's wild, some of that stuff. And I can tell you, even my mother got into it, right? So she said, she brought up the number 17 on a jersey. And my mother says that number 17 is my mother's father's birthday. And they were, my grandfather and John were somewhat, they had a relationship and close. And then there was a dog or something, and my brother loved his ex-girlfriend's dog. So there could have been something there with that, right? So it's like, I don't know, dude. It's nuts. So, but she got real specific, and if you watch, she got real specific. She knew some things about, like he was watching my kids, and he said things that were definitely not online at the time, about my kids, which is, whoo-hoo.
I think the most wild thing, what I do remember from all that, and this is how powerful it is, because you guys know my brain. I believe she's the one that said that you were away.
Oh, you just froze up for a second.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're there. Go.
Okay.
What you just said, repeat that.
I believe she was the one that said that you were away when he passed. That you were traveling.
That was the.
When I heard her say that, I was like, "There is no way."
There's no way. I mean, I don't know how. I don't know.
There's no way. No way. Nobody would have known that.
I can't. I do for the life of me, and I started digging, and I started
nothing.
looking at.
There's.
Yeah.
There's no way.
So
it's so wild. Anyway.
I
had to point that out. That was like
that was the turning point. But that was the real turning point.
What led us to this point, right? Why we're so like on this.
Big fan.
And that's what made me go, okay, you know what? This, on top of other things, this woman has an ability that she's sharing with us, and now we're gonna dive into exactly what she was saying.
Yeah. We're going to have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
So let's look at the chat real quick before our guest joins us here. Let's see. Sorry, guys. We've been talking a lot of business about the paranormal news.
The paranormal news?
The news, yes, it's in. It's all the news that's fit to print. The Conjuring House is up for sale.
Who's going to get it?
I don't know, but there's a couple of people in the running. And we're trying to do our part. Do your part for the war effort. Give your part for the war effort. Click that GoFundMe and donate.
And if you can't donate, make sure you share it.
If you can't, yes, share away. If you can't donate, share. All that's fit to print. Be a good American. Save the Conjuring House.
Yeah, that's funny.
But good for her, man. I want to help her out. So yeah, honestly, go click that GoFundMe. That's what you missed, guys. That's what you missed. All right, so our guest is here, and our guest today is none other than my sister, your mother. You know her.
Oh, I know her.
Kathy Santa. Let's say hello.
There she is.
There she is.
Hello, my loves.
Hello.
Hello.
My two loves.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, Mom.
Yes.
Hi, sweetheart. How are
Hello,
you?
Mother.
Hello, my little sweetheart.
Look what you have bore.
I know. You're so awesome.
Isn't it funny? Like, did you ever think that in a million years that we would be doing a podcast talking about ghosts?
Can I tell you, I blame myself because I think it's like all of that, those little juice boxes with Slimer on them that he drinks.
Ecto Cooler. I talk about Ecto Cooler all the time. Ecto Cooler. It's the best.
And he had like every creature from like Ghostbusters and the little party wagon thing and oh my gosh. I blame myself. Yeah.
Oh my God.
He's awesome. I have an awesome son. The awesomest.
Oh my God, it's funny. That is really funny.
But I do blame myself.
We got the chat here saying, what a young looking mom.
Oh,
they can't even believe it.
Yeah, you should see my mom.
That's crazy.
My mom is great. Youth.
That's a grandma right there. Looking at a grandma, by the way.
Stop it. Don't start, Gary. Don't start.
All right. Hey, so we brought you on because that's the first time you ever heard that full reading. You heard it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize when Kathy was giving you the reading. First of all, she's awesome.
I was texting you.
You were
That's why,
texting
so you
me,
couldn't
but
hear
I
it.
didn't realize that she was live on there. I thought it was like after you were looking at something after. I didn't realize it, and I was like, "Oh my God, Gary, that's our brother." You know, right when she said he was out of the country, and there is no way on God's
I can't figure it out.
that
Like, yeah,
anybody could have ever known that. There's just no way. But
there's no way. That one was weird.
There's no way.
That was the one.
There's a lot of other things too. Some things I just did not, didn't.
There's some things in there I don't know either.
Yeah.
But she brought up some names and some letters. Can you what stuck out to you, or things that were questioned, or that I was questioning during it, that you might be able to shed some light on?
I made notes.
Okay, good. Now I want to hear it.
Because I'm old.
I can't remember it. We all have to make notes.
Remember anything.
Okay, wait.
It's all right. We got an old crowd. Wow, you're getting a lot of love here, Kat. A lot of young mom.
All the meows. Love you. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I wrote down, I can't speak to, the woman that came through for your wife.
Yeah.
No clue.
No one can.
Totally
That's
clueless.
fine.
I didn't get it. The only thing was like the hair thing. My grandmother was a hairdresser forever, and she never left the house without lipstick. So, first I thought that, but then she was more leaning towards, her side of the family. I said, that's not for us. So Someday somebody will figure that out.
Right.
Another thing, not regarding our brother, but that stuck out to me was when she was talking about like your timeline. And, I can't speak to your own personal shifts and how you felt about things, but I thought about, your father passed away, like in 2016, right? And I thought,
I don't remember. I really don't. I'm terrible about it.
I'm just saying, I think, sometimes you don't know, things affect people, whatever. I know mine did too. And we have the most awesome stepdad in the whole world. So
right, but let me tell you a story about, like, people are gonna think I'm horrible. You ready for this? This is a pretty horrible story.
Don't say anything horrible.
I am. I'm gonna say something horrible. So
there was a point.
Listen, Katie, the wife and I had tickets to see Lollapalooza in Chicago one year, right? Me and Katie, we were going to Chicago to see Lollapalooza. I got friends out there, and we were gonna go see it. And I get a call that my father was in a coma. This is years before he died. So I'm like, well, I got tickets to the show, right? Like,
don't die during Lollapalooza.
So I didn't tell Katie, because my wife would have made me go to the hospital. But like, what is this, like a fucking movie? Or am I going to sit there and read a story to him, and he's going to wake up miraculously because of my voice? So I'm going to go to the show, and on Saturday or night or Sunday,
so bad.
I said to Katie, that's what I told her. And I said,
I'm going to tell my kids,
listen, because now we're in Chicago, we're close to the East Coast. And I said, listen, I might have to go from here to New York.
Oh my God, you're so bad.
And she was so mad at me. And I was like, well, we had a great weekend. It would have ruined the whole weekend. What is he going to wake? I'm not, like, this Velvet Tones are going to wake everybody up? Like, he's going to wake you up from a coma? But look, he came out of the coma, and he was just fine for a couple more years. But it was like, I wasn't, it just wasn't going to happen. It just didn't make any sense.
What do we say to the God of death? Not
today. Not today. It was like,
Not
what am I going to do? What am I going to do there? And it would have been it would have been performative.
Stop it. You would have been a loving presence.
Well, yes, I'm a loving presence in every room I walk into, but it's like I would have been, but it would not have cured the sick. I don't believe I have the ability to cure the ill.
You know until you try, Gary. How do you know until you try?
All right, but anyway, all right. So you're saying you think that could have been a thing?
I don't know. I'm just saying it was a quick blip in my head. I was like, just going through things, because sometimes when you get a reading or something like that, it doesn't make sense until after, and you're like, oh my gosh. So like John, okay. And my brother, it's like the initials JS. She kept saying JS. I said, well, that's my husband too. The significance with the bridge, that I kept thinking maybe nobody knew where he was right before the accident. And when she said George Washington Bridge and the part about where he died, it's like, that could have been him trying to tell us where he was beforehand.
Was there beforehand? Was there a bridge there, or was it underpass?
Well, not right there, but coming from, it was like, where it was around, but who knows? I don't know. But the bridge thing, he worked on bridges. He was a teamster.
That's what I said.
He used to say, "Oh, I'm building bridges," and he drove the arrow trucks, and he loved it. He was like, he loved it. He was.
Hey, did you figure? Don't say who it was here, but did you figure out who I bleeped out? You know what I was talking about? Who I bleeped out in the thing? Don't say who it is.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, well, tell me after. We can't tell everybody because it'd be mean, but it's a.
No, the part with, she described him because that's how he would come through, that restless energy and always going. And the protector, he was fierce protector, fiercely loyal. Family is everything.
Yeah.
He'd maybe show up like 3 hours late on a holiday. He'd walk in like the Hallelujah chorus was playing behind him.
Yeah.
And it was just like, he's this big booming presence. And
that's true.
It was like in the Defender. When I was, when we were kids and teenagers and stuff, he wouldn't let me go out with any of his friends. He was like, "No, you can't be near my sister." He was like, that was him.
Right.
October. Oh my God. It was like your birthday.
Well, that's my birthday, right? That's the one that's like, but that could be found. Like that was the only one where it's like
found if you did like a series.
That could be found.
That's even right. That could be found. So. We'll give
but
that.
I tend to believe now that I know Kathy and have seen the rest of it. I don't believe she looked. I truly don't believe she looked.
I don't believe it. And you know what?
Yeah, I think she found. Yeah.
If she did, which I don't believe she did, there's like precious nothing about you anywhere.
No, I keep it real. And by the way, people don't realize between the time I set that up and had that call with her was a couple days. Mm-hmm. It was only a couple days. For her. Yeah. To have done a massive amount of research on it would have been,
and got a life,
Right. She's got a life.
Like, oh yeah, let me look up this one.
Right. She's like this guy's not paying me. This podcast ain't shit. I don't know who these people are. I'm not I don't need to try hard. I'll do him a favor, which she did. So yeah.
She did. She's awesome. I really like her. I like her. Everything about her, I really love.
Yeah, she's cool.
Anyway, the whole part with out of the country, there's no way that she could have ever known that. The boy on the swing. Oh my gosh.
So that hit a nerve.
That is you. Because not only did Grandpa, our grandmother's husband, you were so little, but he would swing you. He used to swing us hours on the swing. But Mommy used to make me and our brother take you to the swings so she'd get rid of all of us out of her hair while she was busy cleaning the house, and we would make huge messes. And we would be in the swings with you, pushing you on the swings for, oh my gosh, for like hours. So for me and him, that was like, he's swing boy. 17 is also not only our grandmother's husband, who he loved. He was like a father to him, but also our stepdad, who he adored. And the plumbing issue that time, and this is the funny part that freaked me out a little bit.
Okay.
Plumbing issue, right? The whole number.
She was big on that plumbing issue.
And I was like, what is she talking about? But right around that time, I keep thinking it was when you aired it, but no, she was getting a reading from then. Mommy, they had this huge plumbing thing. It was like this biggest thing, and it was all about doing it the right way, and it was a huge, big deal. They had to go through.
Where was this?
In the bathroom, in their bedroom. They had to redo the whole bathroom. So I think he was watching, and he knew. That's what I got out of it, because it was like after with the.
Oh, you mean that? You mean recent? You mean recent?
Oh yeah,
I didn't even think of it.
They recently redid the bathroom bedroom.
And she was 12, and she specifically
that was
said
very recent.
Some of these things are right. Some of these things Spirit is can be looking at now, not just I'm not reading your past or whatever. This is whatever they're telling me. So to me, I was like,
oh,
that's the 17 and the plumbing. I was like, she's talking about our dad there. He's I know what she's talking about. Obviously, the Mary or Marie was like, Okay, there's mommy.
There's a ton of those. Yeah, that's hard.
Easy.
Sure, it's hard to narrow down.
The dog.
Well, mom thinks the dog was Gail's dog.
No.
Oh.
It may be. She may have that one too, but Gail's dog was white.
Yeah.
Yes, and I will tell you what freaked me out when I talk to John all the time, and when I had put my one dog down, and then the second one, I told them to go find him. And I told before when I was, in the vet, and we were putting him down. Of course, I'm sobbing and brokenhearted, and I told them, go find my brother. He'll take care of you. Go find my brother. And when she said he's got this little dark dog that was like sort of black but sort of brown,
was that Amy?
You
talking about Amy?
Yes, it was Amy.
Amy.
And Stella was the brown one.
Yeah.
So,
Amy was the darker one. Yeah.
I was like sobbing. I was like, he's saying that he heard it and he got her.
When was that?
I don't know.
A couple years ago?
I can get up and go find I have their little ash.
No, that's all right. But what was it, a couple years ago?
Yeah.
At least 4 years ago. It was pre-COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
2018?
It was during COVID because there was lockdown.
Oh, okay. 2019, 2020. Yeah.
Okay. So then this is the other thing about your wife, Gary.
Great.
I know. When she was talking about, this is what I was thinking. When because of COVID and she was having all the issues and stuff, I was thinking when she was saying about, everything that she said about who's going back and forth to the doctor, whoever this woman is that's watching over her was acknowledging that she was going back and forth to the doctor that couldn't figure out what was wrong. She was having all these issues. So whatever little guardian angel she's got watching out for her saw and knew what she was going through.
Maybe, but we didn't, to be honest, we didn't hit the doctors a lot during that when she was sick with COVID.
No, but it doesn't have
We were like on lockdown for a month.
Right, but it doesn't have to be then either. It could be after when she was trying to figure out what's going on. But anyway,
that's possible. That's possible. That is an option.
The whole thing with, I don't know if the T name, I can
Well, what was it, Tom? What did they say,
Tim.
Tom or Tim? Tim, do you know?
Was his best friend.
His best friend, right? That's what you said to me when you texted me.
I'm not going to go into that story because it's a really sad story. And it's connected to so many things that I can't say, that I won't say right now. But
some people think you guys look alike in the chat, by the way. We're getting a lot of they look. You guys see it.
I'll tell you a funny story. But
you got to knock your tooth out, though, Captain.
You got to knock the tooth out, then you look just
knock your tooth out, then you'll be identical twins.
She's going to tell you the story about when I did the Christmas Carol, and I put a wig on, and I looked just like my mother.
Well, there you go.
I'll sum it up before she goes on a long-winded rant about it. It was that simple. I played the ghost of Christmas Present.
He was the scariest ghost of Christmas Present, which is so fitting for him. But he looked. People thought it was me. Yeah.
That's funny.
No.
All right, sorry to interrupt. I want to acknowledge the chat every now and again on these lives. Make sure they know that we're there for them.
Hello, meows. Okay.
All right, so go ahead. So where'd you leave off? You're talking about the doctors. Right. That could be the thing.
Well, that was just that. The whole part with to me, I got it probably maybe before you. When you were texting me about the weather vane in the barn and the water, I'm like, he's watching over your kids.
Well, yes, I knew that yes,
like,
for sure.
My goodness, I sensed that because that would be so him,
Yeah. Well, the water was freakier than the barn because at the time, remember, this is my first time sitting with her, so she brings up the barn, and I had posted pictures. I did now. First of all, my personal account is private,
right?
So online, so you can't see it, so no one can see it. But I had posted pictures of my kid on a horse, in school.
Right.
So that was like, well, maybe that's a possibility. Maybe there's access to that. But the water I had not.
Right.
And that's a big part. Like that was brand new at the time. And it's a lot of water and a lot of time in the water. So it's,
just to stress this, let me stress this point with the whole watching over and all this. Growing up, I spoke to probably Uncle John more than like everybody, just because of the fact that I was always bumping into him. I think a lot of the times he was following me around or checking where I was. You really I'm talking about hanging out at friend's house. he would show up. You know, at the pizzeria, he would show up. You know, he was just always there. And there were so many times where I was like, all right, he's got to be watching me. He's got to be seeing what I'm doing, because I was into some wild stuff, hanging out 100%. So that's him. That's what he would do. He was definitely just that protector, that watcher, that, you know, strong overall presence. And I can attest to that. It wasn't like, you know, family says, oh, yeah, they're this. No. This is the way this man was. Like, would drop everything he is doing just to make sure that A, B, and C is done. And A, B, and C was his family. So he was like that. Yeah. So anyway, I had to just, you know, throw that in there. Stress that point, since we're talking about this now.
It's definitely true.
Keep going. Okay. This is good stuff.
These are my notes. So the part
good notes.
About the battling religion, you know, I agree with what you said. I mean, you know, me and John took you to the church with a candle. You were like 5 years old and we had you baptized. But
we got stuck.
I also think
secret baptisms.
The secret baptisms getting here now.
This just in Paranormal News. Boy is kidnapped by mother for a secret baptism in the Catholic Church.
I know. So funny. But
so insane.
He battled with a lot of stuff, and there was one point where I know within himself, and I know this because he wrote a letter, and Mommy has it, with him battling in his own self about God and his faith, and he felt like he finally was up on some mountain and he found God. And to me, that was very significant for that. I know what you believe and you believe or you don't believe, but this is my own feeling. So there you go with that. When she was talking about the tattoos and like Danzig and the Misfits and the skull and the whole thing, I was like, oh my gosh, the images. And she's talking about an angel, I think. I was like, yes, because he was sleeved. He had like heaven and hell. And the whole back thing. I think you both have the back thing, but his was.
I have like an angel up here.
Okay, and the tattoo place was quite a famous one, and this guy. He had so many friends that he hung out with that were like celebrity people and friends, and the skull. I don't know if I can even say it on here. Can I? No, not about the.
What?
Yeah.
The Hell's Angels?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why can't you say it?
Why can't you say it? You can talk about all that. It's fine.
Okay, and they were.
He's dead, dude. You can talk about his tattoos.
Yeah. Right, and they were very. He had dear friends, and was always with them, and they were awesome.
It's his funeral was in a way, if you remember how hilarious it was, where you saw leather cuts on one side, and then you saw like the Goodfellas bowling shirts on the other.
Remember, but I remember we went to help him move one time, and poor Richard, he picked up John and two of his little Hell's Angels friends and help him move. And he gets these big guys get in the car, and they're like teddy bears, and they're so sweet and so awesome, and like they helped him do all this stuff. But the skull on the gas tank, is like that's their thing, So anyway, that's what I thought of those awesome guys.
Right.
So
he also had skulls adorning everything. If you don't remember, his toolboxes, his guitars. They were everywhere.
The skull thing at that time, though.
It was.
Let's face it. Look, dude, I got skulls. We got fucking skulls. Everywhere, everything is skulls, dude. I got a goddamn skull on my iPad, on my EarPod case.
Oh my gosh, I love skulls. Can I tell you why I love them, skulls and skeletons? Because total different perspective from an art perspective. I think they're like an armature, like God's armature, and He creates all of these people, and to me they're beautiful. I look at them; they don't scare me. They're like, wow. That's amazing. Underneath of everybody is different because of the armature.
Yeah, that's the same. I'm pretty sure I heard Jeffrey Dahmer and Ed Gein say that, and as they made bowls out of their skulls.
I'm like Psycho, probably, right?
Yeah. You're right up there with them. You're right up there with the psychos.
This just in.
This just in. People who love skulls are psychopaths.
If Charlie
don't look at Mama Santa's French. You know?
I know. Come over for dinner.
Look at all my collectibles.
A new cookbook by Mama Santa.
Made from real puppy skulls.
Yeah.
We're breaking out the good china this Thanksgiving.
The spode's coming out.
Oh my God.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, but we all love skull. Like anybody who likes rock and roll or something has a thing for skulls, right? You know,
Italian in you, the whole memento mori. You know, it's like it's not a scary thing. It's sort of a respectful thing. I don't know.
But he had a lot of the classic. But he had a lot of the classic, almost cliche symbol tattoos, right? The angel and the panther claw, and I don't think the barbed wire thing was his generation. I think he just missed it. But if it was, he would have had it.
He would have.
You know what I mean? If it like 10 years later, that he would have had a barbed wire tattoo, like one of those guys.
He would have.
You know, there wasn't a lot of originality artwork in the tattoos he chose.
Mm-mm.
You know what I mean? Like, let's be real.
No, and the artists who did them too were pretty cool for that genre of what they did. They were like the best of the best too.
Yeah, sure. I used to go to Joe's in Mount Vernon.
It was fun. Yeah, they were fun. So anyway, that's most of my notes.
That's good stuff, man. That's wild. I didn't know a couple of those things, and that's really good connection, right? You forget about. And it's so stupid that I didn't put the JS initials together. It's like in the moment you don't realize like how many JS initials we have in the.
I know it's like hello.
You just don't see it.
I know.
It's pretty wild though, right? Yeah. That's something. Look, guys, like Catherine Nadal. Again, you can go into the link tree in the Splintered Spirits bio. You should get a reading from her. I mean, it's good. It's a different kind of thing, and it's the way she approaches it. And I don't know, maybe it'll hit you in a way that. But and you know what she's great about? She's always says, "Give it a minute." Like think about it.
What I like about her is that she doesn't fish. She's not like throwing things out and fishing, because there's a lot of slimy charlatan people that they're just, come on, it's not real. It's
clairvagueness, as we've learned. It's called clairvagueness.
That's a good one, clairvagueness. But
Walmart mediums,
Yeah, and she's not. She's, you could tell she's coming from a place of respect. Number one, which I really like, which is also the reason I'm proud of you with what you do with, even in the cemeteries, cleaning the gravestones. It's a huge respectful way that you go about it, and you should be proud of yourself with that too. But yeah, I liked her. I like the way she goes about it. I like how she puts it out there, and she doesn't fish. It's like, this is what they're telling me. This is what I'm seeing. This is the way I'm seeing it. And, take it, write it down, and chew on it later.
Yeah, that's what she said. That's what's wild too, right? Yeah. Like she said that. Like, you're probably not going to know it now. Mm-hmm. Think about it. Let's see if anything comes to you. Talk to people. See what's up. But yeah, so that episode, guys, we just redropped it with video. Mm-hmm. It's almost like 3 times as long as the original that I dropped. But it's up there on wherever podcasts are. You can watch it. It's a good one. Really get to know her and see what she does. And again, get yourself reading. Kathy, thank you for jumping in.
It was fun.
Yeah.
You guys.
All right, I'm gonna let you go.
Okay, I love you both.
I love you too.
Love you too.
Love you.
Well, let me say goodbye to you and go about your day. I will talk to you later.
Yeah.
Later, Mom.
Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
Love you too.
Can you disconnect me?
I can. It's the awkward part of all video conference calls when everyone's looking for the hang up button.
Yeah. Take it out.
It happens to everybody.
Yeah.
So that's pretty wild. I mean, it's good. She pointed out a couple extra things. It's you didn't know about it, but it's just a good episode for people to check out. And it's I'm slowly redropping there's 3 Kathy episodes. So hopefully we've got so many episodes now, like it's crazy, but hopefully by the end of the year, I think all 3 will be redropped with video for everyone to see. And they're fun ones because she really calls out some stuff. Except for you, it was about the spirits that are around you that bombard and block her from getting in.
Well, that's the thing.
We need new access.
It was so wild. Like, and she was adamant that this was my like past when I was a teenager, like all this stuff. And for whatever reason, that's how it was coming across to her, right? But as she's saying it, I'm like, wow, I'm not going to say it yet, but wow, she's talking about this place. She's talking about this place. She's talking about this place. She's bringing up this. You know, I'm like, that's...
She really called it. But it's like to see my sister do that and say and point out, I didn't know about the swings. I was too little for that.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't even around.
And I didn't connect the plumbing thing, which was a big, nag fest and story, to hear about. But that could have been that too, right? I mean, it could have been. I can't think of another plumbing thing, and that's recent if he's watching. That's wild. She's so good. She's so creepy.
Yeah.
It's just so weird, dude. It's so weird.
It would make sense.
This just in, ghost brother of someone's watching over and then his children.
Yeah. I mean,
keeping tabs on you at all times.
Yeah, all times. You listen, it makes sense with his personality and the way he is. Right? Like it just does. Like it's not like a part of me knew that if Kathy was legit, this would have happened. This was going to get brought up. He's a major death for the both of us, right? He's someone that, I still, dude, I don't know if this happens to you, but there are times like at Christmas, I sometimes catch myself going, oh, where the hell's Uncle John? Because of how late he always was to things. And then it's like, oh, that's right. He's dead, like you just, it's like, so like, it makes sense. If she wasn't legit, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Let's just put it that way. Right? I mean, it's so true. And it was wild.
It's a good one. It's a good one. And you guys can all hear that full reading now.
And
where are you, dude? Where are you?
So right now I'm at the cottage. I'm actually in one of the cottage rooms currently, and I'm about
This is in Sleepy Hollow.
This is in Sleepy Hollow, yep. And I'm gonna head out to the
spooky season.
It is spooky.
What's the city like? What is the city like? That town like right now? It's got to be going a little crazy.
All headless horsemen. Sure. There's just headless horseman stuff everywhere. It's
do you think the kids growing up in Sleepy Hollow, if they decide to be the headless horseman for Halloween, they get picked on? It's like, well, so unoriginal, Jim.
Yeah, right. I don't know. That's a question.
I mean, or do they have to do it, or like, is it just part of?
But I also think that this day and age, half of those kids don't even realize like the legend status of that. To them, it's probably like,
it's the only American monster, dude. It's the only American monster.
It's the original American monster, dude. 100%.
The original American monster.
Yeah. And it's pretty wild. But going back to Kathy, if you take out everything that happened, everything, like we're talking about, she never gave us readings, she never said this, she never said that, and we just took her and we put her in the fireplace room. And that's the third episode that you're gonna release, right?
Yeah.
That episode is just like, I mean, she begged Edward, like got him.
She can feel ghosts, man.
Yeah, like got him, like she knew, like, ghosts. Hey, so that was wild in itself. Right when she started giving details, and don't get me wrong, you could research these details. You could if you really wanted to.
Oh yeah, but to know the stuff.
Hold
on. To know the stuff about your videos, you have 2,000 videos, and it was, and by the way, again, between my reading with her and then booking you at that moment was like 2 days.
2 days. There's no way she would have been able to cram all that research. And
I met her first before I even said who my partner was to say we're doing this thing. So she didn't know.
And
this wasn't launched yet.
Yeah. And even if she did, let's say that, like, she was able to fit whatever. You can't, when you sign on and you go on TikTok and you watch my videos, what isn't screaming at you in the face isn't Edward. It's not the undisclosed location. It's the headstone cleaning and the cemetery walks. And at that time,
she didn't know any of it, dude.
She didn't know
Yeah,
anything.
she didn't know any of it. We didn't have the podcast when we recorded those.
Yeah.
We were putting episodes in the can before
That's
we.
right. That's right. We were all pre-production. Yeah, we were all in the pre-parts of it all.
Yeah, we didn't launch yet. We didn't launch till February, so these were prior to that. And then we had them in the can, and then we dropped them.
And we dropped
them.
That's right. Yeah. So it's pretty wild. She's a great example of a real medium.
Yeah, she's a good one. We've had some good mediums on the show. She's Kathy's our medium. Yeah. That's what I say now. Like she's our I loved having. We've had a few mediums on the show. Yeah. Like we've had a couple authors and stuff. Sam Balchusis, who wrote the book over there on Sleepy Hollow, another book you can find.
Sam stayed here. Sam wrote about this place in his book.
Right. A lot of all the other ghosts. It's not just the Headless Horseman there, guys. So that was interesting. And Joni was interesting as a medium. And then Amy Belaski, of course, who's probably one of the most popular on social media. But Kathy is our medium because now she's just like I said, man, I can never go to another medium and have them say something. It's like, well, look, dude, you've been watching the podcast, you heard the reading, now you just play. Like I don't know how to trust it. You know?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't know what to do. So I'm cursed in that respect, guys. I'm a one medium guy. You know?
One medium guy, that's it.
One medium guy. And it's funny, it's like when you talked about like with Andrea Perrin from the Conjuring House, who is so connected to spirits and aliens and interdimensional things. Like she doesn't consider herself, she never went down that road.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Here's
she
somebody
doesn't
who
consider herself a medium at all.
At all. But here's a woman who could have gone down the road of, I am the medium. I know how to talk to spirits. I can do this for you. I can do that for you. And she never did.
Yep.
Yeah, but she's like, I don't need to do that shit. I've already seen it and lived it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
That's weird.
So we haven't even put out this episode, and she wants to come back on and talk interdimensional stuff. So that's probably going to happen way down the line. I know she's going to get better. I fully believe she's going to get better. She's very positive with her diagnosis and how she's handling it. And I mean, she looked, dude. If during the interview, there's no way. If I saw that woman, I watched the interview, and we said nothing about her being sick, I wouldn't never even know.
Never would have known. She's on fire.
Yeah.
It's wild too. And again, guys, this episode drops Tuesday with Andrea Perrin, and if you want to see it early, it is available to you for members only. So it's out there. The thing that's wild about it is she is unapologetic about her beliefs and doesn't care, and she says some wild stuff. Now, look, we always come from a place of belief. I certainly, I have no reason to disbelieve. And she delivers it in such a fun way and such a heartfelt way in her belief system that if that makes her crazy and insane, then I don't want to be sane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want to. It's just like, that's fine. She's very happy. She's doing it right. She has a great outlook on all things. And yeah, I'd like to get into it because there's I don't know how many other tracks. There's only one thing she's not interested in, and that's cryptids.
And that's cryptids.
She doesn't care about monsters.
Nope.
Right?
That's it.
She doesn't.
Or New York.
Yeah. Or New York.
Or New York. It's great.
Brian the Mod would have appreciated that. Finally, someone to get, not a fan of New York.
Yeah, it's true.
But it's, well, I don't know if Brian doesn't like New York, but I was saying she doesn't like New York, much like I goof on Pennsylvania.
Yes.
But
yes. She was just a pleasant person too. Like
just a pleasant person and great. But she talked about interdimensional as a thing, and here's the thing. Yeah, I mean, we got to have some follow-ups on this too, because
she has to do her research too, because she even said it. She brought up my documentation about how my documentation with interdimensionals is well known. So she has to be a student of it. You know what I mean? Like she has to be somebody that actually pays attention.
I think she calls around too. I'm sure she does and calls around and took a look at things and watched some stuff and see what people say. What I'm curious about, talking about that house, right? She said it might be a portal, right? Like, why are there so many spirits at the Conjuring House all this time? And it's not all bad. It's something good and just misunderstood.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I love how she doesn't call it the Conjuring House. She calls it
the farmhouse.
I
the farmhouse.
love that. That is just
right, so we can call it the farmhouse. I'm calling it the Conjuring House for people who are wondering what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah.
So when she's talking about this farmhouse as a portal of some kind, well then I still feel we should burn it down for science. And let's see if a new structure would have the same ghosts.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what I wanted to ask her, but we just didn't have time. I wanted to ask her, hey.
We'll have to get her back.
Yeah, definitely. I want to say, hey, let's say everything goes south with the farmhouse and, Hoss isn't able to get it. And someone else buys it and goes, yeah, you know what? We're raising it. Yeah, we're raising it to the ground. That's it. We're building something new here. I wanted to ask her, would you still think it would be haunted? I think her answer would be yes, just because we did touch on the woods a little bit. Because, guys, the Conjuring House, the farmhouse, is on 200 acres. It's on 200 acres, and there's a lot of woods. So I asked her about
that creepy story with the kids and the thing
and
the drowned.
She got into that whole thing with the 10 kids that drowned and like all that. So, because I asked about the woods, I'm like, wait a minute. Everyone's always so focused on the Conjuring House. What about the rest of this property? What's got, and she didn't get into details.
She said she saw God. She found God in the woods.
Yes. She said she found God in the woods. She said that all of her sisters, especially the one that passed away, had experiences in the woods. I mean, that's wild. I want to hit those woods so bad. So bad. I could care less about the farmhouse. I want to sink my teeth into the woods. I think there's secrets in those woods.
Well, look, man, I asked her this straight point blank, is it when you hear her talk about this house, which took her years to process, which is what interests me. It feels a little Stockholm syndrome-y or battered wife syndrome. It's why do you love this so much? It seems like a horrible place to grow up.
Yeah.
It really seems like a terrible place to grow up.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you look back on it? But maybe that kind of trauma really does mean something. And maybe she really did figure out as you get older what the spirits are so frustrated about that were haunting her and why. But who am I to judge?
Well, she also said there was a lot of great.
She knows better than this.
She also said there was a lot of good experiences too with the spirits. She said it wasn't all bad.
No.
It wasn't all bad, and she touched on the Warrens a little bit as well. And
but again, but that's what I'm talking about with battered wife syndrome, dude. Not all bad. It's like, I punched my teeth out, but the flowers are real nice. So it's it's those kind of things.
Yes, yeah.
You gotta. It feels like trauma a lot.
Well, I also think
again, I don't know the woman. I met her one time. She seems like she's got a good head on her shoulders, and she seems like she did a lot of processing through her life. So, who am I to say she's this thing? She's clear. She's happy with it. Yeah. She's doing it. I'm happy to support what she wants to support.
I will say this: seeing her, you don't. If you've never seen her before, you don't think that that's who you're going to see. She is very vibrant and very it's like, wait a minute, you're from that house. Like you're what?
It's like, what's funny? Well, let's look at our other guests, right? Like Joni Mayhan, who we spoke to, the author, she also feels that she's a ghost magnet with horrible experience, and you can see it in Joni's eyes. So you can see Joni is really trying to cope with how to manage spirit being attracted to her and fight it off, and it's taking a toll on her in a way that is very different. And how Joni copes is very different with how Andrea copes, right? Yeah. I mean, so two wildly different perspectives on these stories. But again, what
was the last thing she said she was working on? Something. Do you remember what she said she was working on? She said she was working on something. Is it a self-help for people or?
No, well, Andrea's working. She's releasing she's got a podcast episode coming out. Let me tell you about that's.
I'm trying to remember what it was.
I'll tell you. I know. I wrote it down. And her podcast is called. Give me a moment here, folks. She sent me so many texts, which I love. It's like so great. Give me a moment here because I was trying to figure out the link to it.
Yeah, so
she's on KGRA podcast. It's called The World Awakening, and she was bringing in all the caretakers of the house to do an episode about that. So again, that's on KGRA. Her podcast is called A World Awakening, which she's going to be talking about it. But she believes that her next destiny is to survive this cancer, this brain cancer she has, and help other people fight cancer.
Yes. Yeah.
That is like what she firmly believes is her destiny. She's going to beat this thing, and then she is going to help others who have it.
Yeah.
As you saw in the video I just showed you, that you heard in reverb. But I promise you it's not in reverb when you watch the episode. That was just something that has to do with playback here. I don't know what that deal is, but just deal with it, guys. You can deal with the tech when we're live.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I mean, you got it. You get the gist.
Yeah.
This just in, Paranormal News. Conjuring House is up for sale. Go to the GoFundMe link in the Splintered Spirits bio and donate 50 cents. 2 bits. Anything will do. Anything can help. But it's true, man. If help her out. Like, you don't have to give a lot, but it means a lot to this woman, and why not?
Well,
yes, Karina, there is a link in my bio. I've said it 100 times. In the link tree in our bio, we have a link to Andrea Perrin and to the GoFundMe that she wants to get through. You can now watch that episode early if you are a member to Splintered Spirits on both Spotify and YouTube. And I'll say it one more time for you folks. If you start to complain on, hey, why is Spotify cheaper than YouTube? Because you get more on YouTube. We might start doing sub-only chats. You get more stickers. There's more opportunities for live, for accessibility, so that gives you more. And if this starts to progress, we may start doing member-only episodes to give you guys stuff. So, but right now, the membership gives you an advance on these things. And I dropped 3 episodes to start you off.
So you get to see him before everybody else does.
You're going to see him before everybody else. Look, you're not going to see that Steve Parsons episode till November unless you sign up now, and you can watch it right now. And that's good. And if you want to learn something about ghost hunting before Halloween comes, well, you just might want to pay a little bit. Give a little money. See it. Yeah. But otherwise, you can wait. But it's there. We're not going to hold anything back from you.
Nope.
What time are you going to get started over there tonight?
Probably about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
All right.
I want to.
Are you going out
to jump in the shower because I like to shower after I do headstones, especially. A lot of grime flies all over the place. And then, yeah.
What about Netzel? Are you doing that today or no?
No, not tonight. Not tonight. He's traveling. Okay. Wherever he's traveling, he's got to travel like 3-4 hours. So, it's instead of stressing it out, him trying to get there on time, it's better just to skip it.
John, we got somebody, it's funny, just real quick to ask. He's saying, hey, thank you very much for cleaning the tombstones. This guy's on Insta. But I had a question. Isn't using an abrasive brush damaging to the stone? Thank you.
Yeah, so it depends on your definition of abrasive. I do not recommend using metal or steel.
Like an abrasive brush is a brush that uses a lot of strong language and words.
Yes, or yeah, exactly, or a brush that yells at you while you're doing it. I always say
that's an abrasive.
Yeah, you can use nylon or poly nylon brushes, right? But I always say scrub lightly. You have to scrub lightly. Because you don't want to wear the stone down more than it already is. Most of these stones are already weathered. So I scrub very, very lightly. I scrub so lightly that sometimes the brush slips and I end up slicing my hand because, I'm not putting force down. So it's just fast movements. But yeah, no, you don't want to scrub it hard at all.
So you got that, Vince Fine Arts on Insta? Get yourself a nylon brush, scrub easy, be gentle, treat it like a lady.
That's it.
Treat it like a lady.
Yeah.
What else? What else you want to tell the good people? This is a good episode. Good hour.
Yeah.
Lot to go through. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Got a lot
I
of
think
fun
that's
stuff
about
in
it.
October.
We got we got a lot coming out. And it's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. So definitely,
guys, if you're watching on Santa Paranormal, be sure to jump over to Splintered Spirits and give us a like and a subscribe. We would appreciate you very much. It's been a fun hour today on Thursday, and on Tuesday, the Andrea Perrin episode. Unless you want to jump in sooner, you have it. It's free will, guys. Free will. You could do it.
You can do it if you want.
Do it.
It's going to be a great episode. It's going to be a great episode.
All right. Vince, we don't recommend using any spear boxes. That's not what we do with the tombstones, unless you're trying to say spirit box, which is John uses a variety of them, a variety of apps.
Just today, I used Transcend Theory and Ghost Tube Original.
Yeah. All right, folks. That is it for today's episode of Splintered Spirits. We thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you, friends.
Yep. We appreciate you guys taking the time and watching. And we'll see you next Thursday. Wink.
You hear that groove? You got the groove going? Is the groove in reverb?
No, the groove is not.
Oh, the groove is working. Groove is playing.
That bass.
Oh, you got it. You know it. You love it. Splintered Spirits. You got it. You know it. Ghost. All right, folks. Have a good one. Thank you so much for watching.
Gary, I'll talk to you later.
I'll see you, bud. Be safe tonight. Adios. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
You know, and it's a community, as you guys know. There's a lot of crazies though, man.
Look, there's a lot of crazy people in this community. It's a
John, what are you going to say to that?
He knows. He's crazy. He's one of them.
I'm crazy myself, and yeah,
he's one of them.
I do agree.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and along with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, we dive into all things paranormal to ask the big question, what are spirits? Our guest today brings a rare combination of journalistic rigor and open-minded curiosity to that question. Christy Reeder is a longtime News 12 anchor who has covered everything from politics to parenting to consumer trends. But this fall, she stepped into the world of the supernatural as the host of Haunted Tri-State, a new series that takes viewers inside some of the most notorious haunts across New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. You can find the link to News 12 in the link tree in my bio. From historic homesteads to haunted bakeries, Christy not only explored the stories tied to these places, she also connected with the people who live, work, and carry those legends forward. And along the way, she's had her own encounters, enough that she admits to keeping holy water close by. We're excited to talk with Christy today about what she discovered on her journey, the people she met, and how a journalist balances reporting facts with facing the unexplained. Let's dive into the conversation. Christy, how are you? Thanks for being on Splintered Spirits with us.
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you.
Where are you today? Where does this podcast find you?
I am out on Long Island in Bethpage at our newsroom here at News 12. So having a
News 12. Oh, they broadcast. Out. They broadcast out of Long Island. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We have various. We're all in the tri-state. We have newsrooms in Bronx, Brooklyn, New Jersey, Hudson Valley, and I'm at the Long Island location today.
So, Christy, on Splintered Spirits, I got into this whole thing because of John here, who's a paranormal influencer and creator and documentary. He speaks to spirits. And I'm like, what is going on? What the hell is going on? Much like what you're about to do. And we're going to dive into this series of yours. Yeah. But I like to ask all our guests, because I've been on a journey myself of talking to all different people getting a certain perspective of it. So, but I like to ask this question to begin, just to get a baseline for where everyone's coming from. Christy, what do you think spirits are?
Ooh, what do you think? You get right into it. You get right into it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I've always thought it's a sort of presence. I think, initially I thought a spirit is like, boo, you see something, I'm picking up a bottle. But the older I get, and then probably definitely after doing this project, I feel like it can be different things for a lot of people. And especially the people I've met through this project, it can feel really, heavy at times, a spirit, a feeling, maybe a touch, so it means something to different people.
But what does it mean to you?
I guess a spirit, I would say a presence. that you just can't explain. That's how
Okay.
I guess that's
so
the
you think
definition.
it's okay. So you look at it as like it is something. There's something there that exudes possibly off of a person once they're gone.
Yeah, nothing physical, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, a presence.
Okay. I just like to see like where people's heads are because we're talking about ghosts. I just kind of want to know where your head is with ghosts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. It's a crazy thing. So,
right?
listen, you know, as a journalist, you've covered everything, you know, from politics to parenting. I know these are big segments of yours, consumer news. Yeah. So what made you go down this road with Haunted Tri-State? Did a producer make you do it, or did you come up with it? What happened here? How did you get into this?
You know, right. I've done everything. I love saving money, and now I'm like, you know, getting into ghost hunting. It was just kind of an idea. You know, we always like to come up with different ideas for, you know, different times of the year. Somebody pitched it, and then it kind of, you know, what can we get in, you know, in this realm? And then our originals team, which is a fabulous team here on in News 12, they started investigating. So one of our producers, Ginny, she actually started looking up different paranormal investigators in the tri-state area, seeing, okay, you know, if we were to do this, who would be open to it? What places could we get into? Because like we're going into places, like we need access, you know. And so usually it starts with an idea, and then we see how much we can actually do it. And then they're like, okay, who's going to be a part of it? And then they approached me this summer. I think it was in July, and I had a talk with the team, and I was working pretty much in the Bronx and Brooklyn at that time at our News 12 office. And I remember having a chat with them, and I'm like driving across the GW bridge, and you know, we're talking about ghosts, and you know, we started to talk kind of about our own experiences just because this project was just getting underway. And I'm like, look, I'm game for whatever, you know. And then I kind of got nervous, like, what did I just agree to? So yeah, right. It was kind of an evolving thing, you know, ideas, you know, a lot of people have a lot of ideas, but then it's like, okay, well, what can we actually do with this? What story can we tell? Can we make it one episode? Can we do multiple? And it went from there.
So, that leads me to my next question for you. As someone who's trained to seek out facts and verify stories, how did you approach these ghost stories and legends that can't be fact checked in a traditional way? How do you do from a journalistic perspective? How did that look like for you?
Yeah, you know, you're like, okay, I had a lot of questions, like, what are we doing? I'm going into the houses. I'm going to be and John, you probably know all about this. You're like, yeah, I'm going in. But I'm like, I'm not going to lie. I was scared, definitely, for our first one. All of them, I was a little bit intimidated, scared going into it. I had a rosary in my pocket. I would even carry it there. I'm like, I don't know, you know, whatever you believe, I'm a little tough, but back to your question. You go into it, it was more so, and how they kind of wanted me to approach it is I'm just, you know, an average person, also happen to be, you know, a journalist. And I'm going into this, like, explain to me first the history of this place. I want to know all about this, you know, place. Then I want to know about the paranormal groups. We worked with different paranormal groups for each episode. So, you know, explain to me how you got into this. So I ask all those questions. Then we go through like the equipment that they have. You know, show what does this reader do and why does it go off? So
I guess it was all the same shit, right? I mean, they've got the SB57, they got the phone apps, they've got their EVP thing. I mean, it's all the same stuff, right? For sure.
Yeah, there were the meters that would go off. There was one group that had, and they do the digital seance experience, and they use white noise to kind of, so that was kind of something different that we got to experience. So it was all different types of equipment, even the rods, like the old school.
Oh, the witch sticks rods.
The rods. Yeah.
The witch sticks.
The witch sticks.
I was like, what's happening? And then, yeah, it was each group, I think, had a little like twist on their equipment, I would say. So that was interesting. And then one of the episodes, there's a medium who, and I would say this is a tool, who sketches what's coming to him. So like sketches it, like pen and paper.
Oh, that's fun.
Right?
Yeah,
So
that's fun.
that's
and
what
good
I
for
liked
TV.
about, yeah, well, yeah, and that's what I liked about the news approach to it. It's like we want to see, we don't want the same group in the same house and this. Let's go to all these people and try with different groups to see, you know, what's different and, you know, what can be told. So that was all that part of it. And then we actually go to the places, and the places were great. You know, they would, and that's kind of like what the producer, what I had talked about. She had went out and connected with these groups to see, okay, where have you worked before? What would be a good place to do this show? And then they had the relationships of these places. Most of them, just one, they hadn't been there yet. And then, you know, we would come in. And so it was like, kind of like, here are the keys, have fun tonight. And we would just go off and do our thing, which was wild. I'm like, what? We get the whole, you know, Elks Lodge or this historical society. So, you know, so that was the, you know, so yeah, the news side was kind of like, okay, let's go through the different teams with, let's explain all the equipment in case a viewer would be like, I don't know what that reader does. So we would explain that. And then the last part of the show is we take all of what we find, you know, what we think we experienced, and we show it to a group of skeptics. And like in a studio, we show them what we find. So, you know, really getting all sides of it. And, you know, it wasn't like they were respectfully challenging what, you know, we experienced. You know, they weren't, you know, these, you know, because everyone's working together. And but it was neat to hear their take too. And I would kind of be like, but I heard, you know, we'd go back and forth.
You know, it's interesting. It's debunking is something we avoid debunking. We don't talk about it too much here at all, really. I mean, look, there's 1,000 different, because I know what the answer is to that. You know, it's uninteresting. It's an unfun story, right? To just say no. You know, it's like, I know it. You know, it's like, it could be this, it could be that, it could be the, you know, electrical waves, or it could be this static frequency, or it could be like, you know, there's a glitch in the cloud. There's a whole slew of things that it might be, but the human experience is far more fun. Right. And was there a moment for you when you got into this where it really can you point to any specific moment when you first started where it's like, wait a minute, I was as a neutral journalist, and now I'm experiencing something potentially paranormal. What was that? That's the emotion that I'm interested in. You know, where was that?
The first place we went to, I just walked in. It was the Messier Homestead. That's in Wappingers Falls, in New York, and it was just, it's like 1700s. You know, the history there, and it just gave a feeling. You know, when you walk in, and I did not want to be anywhere in that house alone. Like they would say, "Can you go over there?" I'm like, "Who's coming with? Is somebody coming with me?" You know, at one point they blindfolded me and put me in another room. And I was like, I cannot believe I'm agreeing to this.
Yeah, that's
weird.
And
I listened to the, you know, so I couldn't hear what
she did the Estes method.
She did the Estes method.
Thank you.
Yeah, we know.
Yes. But I was like, a photographer's going to be in here, right? You know, I guess, you know, how I feel, like either way, whatever you believe, I don't want to bring anything home. I've got 2 little girls at home, and so I'm going to be respectful. So I would always be like, tell me what I need to do to make sure they stay here. I don't want it to be that I'm chancing anything. And, you know, so we were always, like I said, I had the rosary in my pocket, whatever they would say. There were a couple encounters, and I think, you know, the first episode that we have where we were at the Messier Homestead, there was like, all of a sudden everyone's feeling something in this corner. And so they're like, well, come over here if you want to. And when I went over there, it was like, it was like static electricity, like on my finger, you know, it was weird. Oh, see, what was that?
Yeah. That was perfect time. We didn't plan that.
We didn't plan that. I'm in a haunted building as we speak, and my cat is super sensitive. So she is just constantly seeing things and hearing things. So you're going to hear that quite a bit.
Well, maybe she sensed that I really did sense something.
Well, I like when you know, I respond to what you said about you had a feeling, right? Because I do believe in intuition. I think we all have a fight or flight sense for something, right? It doesn't matter. You've been in a bar and someone walks in, you get a bad vibe, or there's people in a room, whatever that is. And I think it might be heightened for some, and and not for others. And John, you talk about that feeling you get, which is like being inside, a Jello mold when you feel it, like you're vibrant in a weird way.
I don't like sense energy. To me, it's more atmospheric. Like just as Gary described, you're at a bar and then all of a sudden you get a weird feeling. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Who's this guy that just walked in? Who's this chick that just walked in? Or like, or anything. You could be at the supermarket, picking out your groceries and all of a sudden you get a weird feeling like, what's going on here? Yeah. It's more of an atmospheric feeling to me. Not like random energies and whatnot. So I can only imagine, being a journalist from that perspective, going into a place that's haunted. And like, as a journalist, you do have intuition. When you think about it, I bet I don't want to speak for you, but it's pretty much it, right? When you're doing your thing, you're going with some gut feelings on certain things, right? Yeah. So, I could only imagine what you were like going into a place like this and doing the Estes method. That's just wild. That was like your first soiree into anything paranormal, right?
Yeah, they dove it right in. Yeah, they got it right into it.
Right in.
I guess that kind of helped me. It kind of helped me too, because I guess aside from the journals, I'm a scaredy cat. Like this stuff does freak me out. So, but I like to be a good worker. So when someone's like, "This is your assignment," I'm like, "Okay, if it'll make the shot look good, if we can take the viewer to another place, I will do it."
By the way, there's nothing weird about being scared about walking into a haunted place at night and then, being blindfolded. If you said to me, "I wasn't scared," that's weird. Right?
Right.
That would be the weird thing.
Yeah.
So when you saw these places, Christy, from, whether it's the Miser Homestead or the Boontown Elks Lodge, when you looked at it from the outside versus once you went in, which location surprised you the most? Like if some of them you look at, you're like, yeah, that place is probably haunted, I'm sure. But what were some of
the one that surprised me the most, where I was like, I got the notes for it. It was a bakery out on Long Island in Huntington, Fiorello.
That's the Fiorello Dolce Bakery.
I'm like, a bakery? And then I'm like, oh, maybe it's like an old house. No, it's like a strip mall. I'm like, what could be wrong, going on here? And that one got intense. The owner, he's even, put out a book on it. And, just hearing him talk and talking to him multiple times. And then he would tell another story, like after we got an interview, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let's get that on camera. That was pretty, it's a bakery. And this bakery is like, packed. Like people are going in and out as we're waiting to start filming. People are coming, like it's an average, like everyday bakery.
They're not like, they don't claim to be like witches making like love donuts or something. This is like this is like a real bakery. It just so happens to be haunted.
Yeah.
And so what did they tell, like, why do they think it's haunted?
Unexplained things happening, knives falling down off of, a rack, buckets coming down from, like a storage place. The creepiest part, I almost want to save this, but it'll be a little tease, was when he was telling us a story about how they walked into the bakery one day, and it was early morning. They got to make all the, pastries for the day, and the music was blaring, and they're like, who left it on? Okay, yeah, somebody maybe left it on, whatever. Well, he has all these cameras set up because so much has happened. So they review the footage. And you see, it's just like the bakery is closed. No one's there. Lights are off. And then all of a sudden, the iPad that's on the counter just like lights up. Okay, maybe technology. And then it's like you see like the code going in. Then all of a sudden, music just starts playing and you can hear it. And it's switching the songs, like Dancing Queen, going through.
Are we going to get to see this on the episode?
I don't know.
Because I'm, all right.
And that was
we'll definitely check it out.
Told me, so, and that one in particular too. Several different mediums have gone into that bakery, and they experienced like different things. They had been there before. We had come there that night, so he's had several different people come through. The owner of that bakery, and they would all come up with the same name of someone that maybe died or something in the back alley of this bakery. So it's like different people coming in. And then when we came in, that was the one time we came with a crew that had not been at the location. And then they started hearing the same name that the owner had heard in the other thing, other seances, I guess you could say. So that was.
What do we think? Is this like a mob run bakery once? Is that what we think is going on?
No.
Is this where they used to start?
I think it's been a couple different things. He's had it for a while. It's it was the most unexpected. I was like, a bakery, and it's small, it's just, like your standard, like the front area, maybe like a couple tables, and then the back is, the bakery. And of course the team's like, get in that alley, Christy.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Christy, did you find a difference when you were investigating, when you started to do the research into these places, between for the people, like talking to whether it was the historian versus the owner or any of the everyday locals, and how they each viewed a location? Did everybody look at it? Did you sort of say like, okay, in order to decipher your own opinion or make your own opinion, what was that like, that human experience of these places as you were investigating it? And who's carried the most weight for you?
That's tough. It was a great, like, variety of people that we had. It was funny how open a lot of these places were to, like, come on in. You know what I mean? Like a historical society in New Jersey or in Connecticut. They were like the Tuttle House. We went there, and yeah, it was like one of those things like, oh, have fun. And they kind of looked at it like, this is good for, like, hey, talk about this place having ghosts. And then while you're in town, go to our downtown and eat at the restaurants. Like, they looked at it more as a tourism thing. So, different community members stopped by before we filmed. The woman that came with us for that, the paranormal expert, that was Rose. And she is Connecticut Spirit Investigators. She's a part of that, but she worked at, and still does, exorcisms, and worked, with the Catholic Church in doing so. And that place, when you were talking to her, like when I was doing the interview,
that place, is this the Tuttle House?
This is the Tuttle House. Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't like she was, like, oh, and then they were, spinning around, or, she was very serious about her work. Like, not, like, oh, well, exorcisms, what are those like? She was very serious about it, and not just saying anything, because I think it's so real, to her. Right. And before we went in that one, she blessed us all with holy water, and we said a prayer, and I think some holy oil too. I'm like, yeah, I'll put it all. Give me everything. What are we going to eat to?
Jesus, crystal, salt, and sage.
That's it. Jesus, crystal, salt, and sage.
So I was like, what are we? But, so yeah, she, and what she was doing was, we weren't doing an exorcism there. This is kind of like the fun thing she does on the side, because her work is so heavy, she said.
Sure.
That, every once in a while they're like, where are some fun spirits to go to? Right. So that was, I'm like, first I'm like, oh my goodness, is this like, no, this is a fun house. Like,
Got it. Yeah. It's always fun. Well, yeah. So that apparently she comes at it from a very religious, almost, evil, demonic sort of presence, like that's an interesting way to look at all these places. But it's funny, no one ever said, don't go in there, Christy, you're never going to make it out again. Like, that's right. That's a downside of it.
There would be a few places where one of the people on the team would say, this is too heavy. Like, I can't go in that back corner. And so I'm like, well, I'm not going there. There were a few places. The one place I went up to that they were like, oh, like a lot of people didn't like going up to was like a lofted area in this gymnasium inside the Elks Lodge,
Did someone tell you something that gave you chills?
Yeah, when we went up there, well, we were doing one of those, the process in the night, and I'm trying to be an observer, but it's a long night, a lot of filming, and you're kind of as a journalist asking questions and um, asking questions to ghosts. I guess that's the first time I've ever done that.
Right.
And they, you would say, we were asking questions like, okay, you want us to go back, or what's in the back of the place, and then it was like turn around, like everything was basically correlating with the words we were seeing to like turn around, like you want us to go up to this area, and then all of a sudden it's like essentially, yeah, we do. And then we walked up to this area where there had been different strange occurrences happen, and I I could have sworn I heard like a humming, like a choir. I thought, well, surely there is because when I drove out to Boonton, I was like, there's a highway. That's got to be that. And then they're like, no, the highway is like further into town. And sure enough, when I was driving home, I'm like, oh, it is, So I'm like,
Oh, that's wild. Did you ever feel anybody you were talking to was like holding back, like keeping secrets or something they didn't want to tell you?
Not holding back, but I feel like Rose has such she's dealt with people, that she's the woman who does exorcisms. I feel like she's how she's done a lot of she explained people come to her when they're at their worst, and so I think she's very private in some of their experiences. So, but as a journalist too, I feel like that kind of makes it more believable when you're like, oh wow, you're not just saying, oh, this and that happened, um, she really took to her work and what she does and the respect she has for, the clients.
What about your crew? Did they experience anything? I've seen things where crew members are like, they don't come back. They've quit. They're not into it. Did they experience anything?
Yes, our photographer. Yeah. Almost all our crew did. Our photographer, Chris, one of our photographers, he definitely like every location. And it was weird. It was like, the boxes, it would say like, the Phasma boxes, it would be like Chris, weird, like why him, and he's like, I'm getting freaked out. And then a few times like Ginny would have like, she would just get really like, she was one of the producers who kind of scouted all this out. She would get like a feeling of just like not feeling good, like almost, just ill. And then
we've heard that before.
Yeah. And as soon as we would leave the area, she's fine, and so that was odd, and, I work with these people every day. So it's like, it's weird.
So do you feel after visiting all these spots, these 4 spots, do you feel paranormal is more about the place or the people who are carrying these stories and legends forward?
That's a good question. The people or the places? I don't know. I mean, I feel like a lot of it is what you're open to. That can kind of change your experience, if you're quiet and listening and, respectful and, what I liked about, the show, and I think there's something for everyone, is, like there's a lot of history. So, in a lot of towns you hear, oh, that place is haunted. So it's like, okay, well, why do people think it is? And then let's go in. So I think it's kind of, I guess looking into a hot topic in town of what everyone, is talking about, and then kind of letting people make their own, that's the whole show, is we want people to try to figure out what they think at the end of it. And we try to give all sides. We're not trying to push, okay, ghosts here or there, or that's what you think. So.
And is that, so what?
So did this change your perspective from when, you started this to, after you filmed everything and you experienced everything? Did your perspective change with the paranormal?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think that I didn't know there was all these different ways that the groups go about communicating. There's a lot of time that goes into it. It's not just like you go into a house and it's like, what was that? It's like a lot of waiting and sitting around and piecing together things. Like some of these groups, they've been to a place multiple times and then they would be like, oh, wait, we got this from the last session. So I definitely think it's something that you're open to. I think the whole process too made me a little less scared in the sense that sometimes people find comfort in this, if you're trying to communicate with a loved one or, and I never really kind of looked at it that way. I mean, I guess, I thought it popped in my mind, but, talking to some of the people and the work they've done outside these places, especially that sketch artist, like sometimes a vision would come to him and he'd turn it around and it'd be like, that's my grandma, or, so that's kind of, I think people find comfort. I think the biggest thing was realizing how this can mean so many different things to so many different people. You know what I mean? Like I can take from it. Yeah. Like you could have a different feeling and experience than I do. And maybe that's because, you believe more and maybe I don't as much, or maybe you're more open and I'm not, so I think that's, and it's a community, as you guys know. There's a lot of
crazies though, man. Look, there's a lot of crazy people in this community. It's a
John,
lot.
what are you going to say to that?
He knows. He's crazy. He's one of them.
I'm crazy myself, and yeah,
one of them.
I do agree. It could get, but what you're saying about like the perspective and how like different things mean, different things. Like I'll give you an example. Last night, I was here in the tower due to the wind and weather, and a spirit came through. I think I can't remember what they said their name was. They said, my name is this, and they're coming through. And then the spirit said, I'm going to protect you, to me. So I turned around and I'm like, I don't need your protection. Who are you? I've never heard of you before. And then I asked my audience, I had 500 people watching me. And I said, hey guys, do you think this spirit is here to protect me? Or do you think it's a spirit that, is a random spirit either trying to attach to me or something, right? So do you believe wholeheartedly that the spirit is here to protect me? And everybody had mixed, answers, because as you said, everybody feels differently about this, that, and the other. And then like clockwork, 5 seconds later, it said, this spirit is not to be trusted. This spirit isn't who they claim to be. And I just, and it's like, they're
John uses the apps, Christy. You've seen some of these apps now.
Yeah.
So he uses he has a few go-to that he used. This is where when he says they came through, this is what he's literally hearing it. And John is primarily alive. Really, he's all a live influencer. So everything he's doing is live. So the audience hears it as he's doing it, and you've seen how they work. So it's coming through when it comes through.
I know the equipment now.
Now you know. Now you're in it. Now you're in the tribe, as they say, with this ghost stuff.
Right.
What would you ever do it again? Would you ever go back out there? Where would you want to go? Now that now that you've seen it, where do you want to go?
So many people have when they hear about the project, oh my goodness, what did you see? Can we look at your files and all of that? People that we work with and people in the community, it's interesting because it's all of a sudden something that people will talk about. They it's, so, they want to give your opinion. They'll tell you stories. There'll be a driver being like, yeah, I saw a chair just move across the room. I'm like, oh my goodness. So it's wild. People feel really open about talking about it, which is kind of interesting because it is kind of a deep topic. But a lot of people, they're so fascinated by it. So I would definitely do it again. As far as places, I feel like I have a list going already because we would go to, we had the set places and then people are like, you know what you should go to? And, it's a road that, all the kids would go to when we were younger.
You're talking about Buckout. You're talking about Buckout. Right when you said that, Westchester, that's Buckout.
Yeah.
The road that everyone would go to. That's one of I document Buckout.
Okay.
John's live from Buckout all the time. You got the Merchant House in New York City, and there's a great great investigator, Dan Sturgis, who's been studying that place for 18 years, who who would tell you the ins and outs of that haunted facility. I mean, there's so many great places, right? What is it? The Algonquin Hotel. It's another great.
Yo, the Algonquin Hotel in the city is great.
So are these suggestions you guys have for us? Maybe I should ask you.
Yeah, these are some places. I mean, these are like anytime. Yeah.
I've got a list of places here in Westchester that are, definitely haunted.
Yeah, there's a lot. John spends a lot of time in cemeteries as well. If you've ever seen his live, he goes and cleans headstones and talks to spirits while he does it. That's kind of the big, that's his thing. The very old graves that are, those sections of the cemetery that out here, they're very old,
scrape
right?
the moss off, and but very respectful too. That's the biggest thing too. Like, I wanted to be respectful throughout all this. I'm not, it's like, because like I said, whatever, I don't want to think it's all fake, and then all of a sudden something comes home and my 2-year-old's.
Well, yeah.
Christy,
so what do you tell? Go ahead.
It's interesting because you said you had the rosary in your pocket and this, that, and the other, and you're trying to protect yourself. So one big thing that I'm about, because I'm an atheist, right? I have nothing to pray to. Okay. I'm about dominance, but being respectful at the same time. You have to be very respectful, but you also have to be dominant, and that's how I go about protecting myself in these situations. But respect is a big, big, big part of it.
Yeah. John uses a lot, he talks about intent a lot, you cannot, break this barrier, whatever my intent is. Some people use the rosaries.
That's it. That's it.
What do your kids? What do you tell your kids you're doing this month when you were filming this stuff? Like when they say how was work? Do you tell them, or is it?
Yeah, no, Are you
going to show them the segments?
I don't know. You know what? That's a good question. I have not decided yet. They've seen some of the commercials and they're like, "Oh, Mom! Oh, my 7-year-old. She drew a picture and it was of me like hunting ghosts."
Oh, that's
that's adorable.
Both your kids are little. You have
7 and a soon to be 3-year-old. And
oh my God, yeah.
I had to be careful because a few times they would hear me talking about it, over the phone or to my husband, and then like, "Mom, I'm afraid. Can you move this off the table? Because in the middle of the night, if I see that." So I was like, "No." So I've been better. So you know what? I think I don't know. But I guess I want the viewers. Maybe I will have them watch.
Right, exactly. Christy, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. What do you want? Just to close it, what do you hope viewers take away from the Haunted Tri-State? When they watch these, it's everywhere. Tell us when it is, where they can find it, and we'll certainly post the link to your YouTube channel in our link tree in our bio and on this when we drop it. But where can they find it? When is it going to air? And what do you want viewers to walk away from, hopefully?
Yeah, so you can watch it every Wednesday at 9:30 through the month of October on News 12. So throughout the Tri-State, if you have News 12, turn it on. You can watch it there. Then you can also watch it streaming on News 12 New York. And then, like you said, YouTube as well. So 9:30, new episode every Wednesday. There'll be re-airs too. So if you don't, if you miss it, don't worry. I think viewers just need to be open to it. This is just something to kind of explore. We hear all these things in our community, so why not have why don't we look into it? Let's go into these places. And there's a lot of history. You learn a lot about the craft, which John, you know about, and how the tools work. So it just kind of comes from a place of kind of just informing you. And then, the other side, we got the skeptics coming in, and then we just kind of let you decide what you think out of after watching it.
And then you got the people who are saying you're messing with the forces of nature, and sort of like you're doing the devil's work. We get a lot of those, which is great. It's always great fun. Christy, look, thank you so much. I hope this was fun. I hope you had a good time with us here today.
Yes, thank you.
I can't thank you enough. I'm glad we were able to get this going with you, and I'm looking forward to watching the entire series. I think it'll be great. Yeah. We'll check it out.
Who knows? Maybe next year you'll be with us.
Oh, that'd be great.
On one of these.
I'm not going. You can now. You can go. You can take him. You go with him. I'll stay back here and I'll watch from my office, which is fine. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
And my friend called me after 2 weeks of not really hearing from me, said, "Hey, I know what'll cheer you up. Let's go ghost hunting."
Joni, who is this friend that feels that the pick-me-up you need is an old prison camp? Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and I'm trying to find out the answer to the question, what are spirits? After following my nephew, John Santa from @Santa Paranormal, communicate with ghosts regularly. Today, we're joined by Joni Mahan, a veteran paranormal investigator and the author of more than 20 books on hauntings and spirit communication, including Ghost Magnet, Signs of Spirits, Haunted New Harmony, and Hanover Haunting. Her work blends lived experience with meticulous field practice. She leads and teaches investigations in New Harmony, Indiana, where she documents EVPs and local history side by side. In Ghost Magnet, she writes about the darker side of attachment and the entity she calls the Soul Collector. We get into that in here. Joni's story is different than many others we've spoken to on Splintered Spirits. Her ability to communicate and sense spirits has been more of a curse than a gift. She talks about her clairaudience like someone stuck living with chronic pain or illness. But despite the agony she fights on, has a love for the mystery of the unexplained, and wants others to benefit from her experiences by writing her stories. Let's dive into the conversation. Joni, you have a pretty amazing story, and one of the reasons why I really wanted to sit down with you and talk to you about everything you've experienced as a psychic medium, as an investigator, is we do a lot of things here on Splintered Spirits where it's about, what are spirits? And John is a live influencer who primarily uses audio and apps and spirit boxes to communicate with spirits. You actually can hear them, or it started with you, correct? And I'm wondering if you can give us a quick origin story about when you first realized you were sensitive to it and how that manifested itself for you as and recognizing you were a clairaudient.
It started when I was very little. I was about 4 years old when I first realized that I was maybe a little bit different from other children. My mother would tuck me into bed at night, and I would all of a sudden hear this sound that sounded a little bit like white noise. And at the time, I'm kind of dating myself, but the TVs would go off air at night, and it was that sound. So that's kind of what I identified it with. But at the same time, I would also get a sensation that there was something in my room with me, watching me. And the feeling was pure terror. So I would shriek out, and my mother would come running, and I'd tell her, there's something in my room with me. I think I have a ghost in my room with me. And she would say, "Joni, go back to bed. There's no such thing as ghosts." And I just kind of had to deal with it. I didn't have an ally. I didn't have anybody I could talk to about it. And I didn't really bring it up to children my age too much because I tried that once and everybody thought I was crazy. So
You're the worst. That would
have
been.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I kind of had to just deal with this by myself. And it followed me through my childhood, through my teenage years, all the way up until I was an adult. Still continues to this day. But when I was in my 40s, I decided that I was going to learn more about it, that knowledge was power. And I was recently divorced, so I had the freedom to explore it because my ex-husband really didn't believe in it either. And so I got a lot of criticism from him as well. But when I was on my own, I was like, you know what, I'm going to look into this. And so I joined a paranormal group that had a psychic medium and began working with her. And at the same time, I met a woman who was named Sandy McLeod, who was also going through kind of what I was going through. It's like the universe put us together for a reason. And so we banded together, and we would go out armed with pen and paper, and we would go to haunted locations, and we would write down what we were feeling. And that way we weren't influencing the other one. Because the minute you say, "I see a dark-haired woman in the corner," that's all the other person's going to be able to see. And so we started working together that way and realized that we were picking up on the same things, only in different ways. Because I was clairaudient and she was clairsentient. So she would feel her scalp crawl. And through our validation processes, she was able to identify if it was crawling on, one side of her head, it was male, the other side was female, front was younger, back was older. But once you kind of adapt to one Claire ability, sometimes you get advanced. Like I got an upgrade, and so I went on to kind of full mediumship. After a while, I was able to do more than hear them. I could also start to pick up information about them, and I would write it down a lot of times. And that, I don't know if it's automatic writing or what, but I would start getting more information. So now I'm to a point where I can walk into anywhere and tell you if you have a ghost, where it is, because I can tell directionally where it's making the noise. I can tell you something about it and determine whether it's good or bad. And I start picking up information like this person lived here in the 1800s. This person was a shop owner. This person means you no harm. She likes what you're doing, and things like of that nature. So it's been an ongoing process, but I'm getting better all the time.
Why did you go down the road of investigator as opposed to go down the road of a traditional psychic medium to channel and talk to people about their past loved ones?
I think I'd always been intrigued by investigating. Since the very first ghost hunting show came on, I want to do that. That looks like fun. And I think my very first piece of equipment was an EMF Gauss reader, like one of the really old ones. And I would go out to cemeteries and I'd be like, oh my gosh, look, there's a ghost. And then I would pick up a ghost as well. And then joining a paranormal team, who had a psychic medium on board, I was kind of thrown into the thick of things with them and really found that I really enjoyed investigating. I enjoyed the mediumship as well, but the investigating really gave me a chance to validate what I was picking up psychically.
Now, one of your many books that I read was, and I think it's almost like your origin story, right? Which is Ghost Magnet.
Yes.
Tell us all what a ghost magnet is. How do you define a ghost magnet?
Well, some people are beacons, and I've always felt that people with abilities look different to people on the other side. Maybe we glow. I don't know, but they can definitely tell us apart from people who don't have abilities because they really kind of flock to us. And for whatever reason, some people are more magnetic than others and things follow them home. And that's what I found out pretty early on. Once I started advancing my abilities and really started working towards full mediumship, as I looked into the abyss looked back and it went, oh, we like you. We're going to follow you home. And I really haven't been able to find a reason. I've asked many, many times on investigations why they follow me in particular. But, we could have 15 people at an investigation and I'm the one they choose to follow home. So I've been told there's something about my energy, that my light is white, that they identify it as something that maybe like rocket fuel they can pull and use. I've gotten a combination of good and bad, but in the beginning, it was mostly negative entities that followed me home. And that was really terrifying.
You talk about being a clairaudient where it's, you heard the white noise. You mentioned things now. You talk about, as a magnetic field energy. Do you ever look at it from a scientific angle in this sense of what do you think spirits are?
Yeah, I mean, my philosophy on it, I like James Van Praagh, so I follow a lot of his teachings, and I believe at the time of death that most people cross right over to the next dimension or the next arena. Most people call it heaven. And some people, for whatever reason, bulk at that point in time, whether they've done something wrong they're worried about, or they have family they want to watch over, or, maybe they just like where they are. They don't want to take the chance that the next place is going to be better. And they don't go through the white light and they stay earthbound, and that makes them a ghost. I think that they're made of energy, but as far as what kind of energy, I've explored it in a couple of my books, but honestly, I don't think anybody knows. And if they can figure that out, then we'll be able to record them fully and really get better grasp on what a ghost is. So I'm hoping that I get to see that in my lifetime.
Well, yeah, for sure, man. Nobody knows what it is. I mean, that's the whole, if I always said, so if we had something that could truly figure out what ghosts are, life as we know it would change. Probably beyond
Absolutely.
even AI,
Absolutely.
right? That would be the thing
Yeah.
that would seek the secret to everything. So a few minutes ago, you talked about you were not only just a ghost magnet for all ghosts, but particularly what you feel are negative entities come
Yes.
home with you. Uh, Tell us about that. Why, how do you live with that? Because the one thing about Ghost Magnet that when I read it was it felt more like a curse. This was a very different read than other people's ghost stories,
Mm-hmm.
where it's,
Yeah.
let me tell you something cool. And I caught this. This felt
Yeah.
sad. Like this woman
Yeah.
did not want this. So,
Yeah.
and yet you're sort of sticking with it in your life. Is it because you have no choice and you rolled into it? Or,
Yeah.
so how do you deal with the negative side of this?
Well, it's not been easy. It's been really terrifying because most of my adult life since my divorce, I've lived alone. So I've had to come home and know there was something really terrible lurking there that wanted to do me harm. And, I have some PTSD because one of the first ghosts I encountered was one called the Soul Collector. And we picked him up at Rutland State Park, which is in the middle of the state of Massachusetts. And it's just an open state park that you can come and visit. People walk their dogs. And there are ruins from the old prison camp there. And we spent an entire summer going there and exploring. And it was great for us for learning more about investigating, too, because nobody told us we had to get out at a certain time. It didn't cost us any money. And we would go in there and really learn and grow our abilities. And there was also a darker part to the park that I never really thought about. During the height of tuberculosis, they put in a TB hospital there, and they brought in patients from all over the state, regardless of their offense. So there were mass murderers there, as well as, people who had stolen something at the local store. And I think one of those ghosts lingered afterwards. And typically when I would go, I was always very strong with my protection. I identified that I needed to keep myself protected, and I would protect myself with a white bubble of white light and different stones and crosses or whatever I felt at the time that I needed to bring. And I was usually fine because, again, we spent a whole summer there. But I had gone through a really bad breakup. I was dumped after 2 years, very unceremoniously. And I was depressed. I was really down. And my friend called me after 2 weeks of not really hearing from me, said, "Hey, I know what'll cheer you up. Let's go ghost hunting." And so I went back out to the prison camps, and that's when I picked up the Soul Collector.
All right, Joni, who is this friend? Joni, who is this friend that feels that the pick me up you need is an old prison camp? For first of all, let's that is my go-to spot to think of. You need to cheer up a friend who's been dumped.
Well, it was a friend that I investigated with that knew that I like to do it. So, but what I learned is that you should never investigate when you're not on your best game, because your protection, whatever you're using, whatever you're keeping them from jumping onto you, is minimized. Depression and sickness, and I've turned down some really great locations since that point in time because I wasn't feeling well, or I was not in the greatest of places, and I just won't go there anymore because I've learned a lot from the Soul Collector. And that was actually my very first paranormal book. I was terrified to put that information out there because I knew nobody knew me as a medium. They might have known I investigated a little bit, but to put a book out there like that, that your aunts and uncles and everybody that's connected to you is going to be hearing this. And but it turned around to be the opposite. What happened was people who had also experienced things like I had all of a sudden had an ally. They had a voice. They had somebody they could talk to. And, it ended up being very well received. But the whole Soul Collector thing was a nightmare. It went on for months, and he was lingering in my bedroom. He was hanging over the top of my bed. I could feel him. The cats were watching him. Things were getting moved. I was seeing shadows. And most of all, he was inflicting terror on me. Like I would feel that terror. And it just kind of went on and on and on. It was really, really terrible.
What is it? What was it?
Well, it was there's been a lot of, nobody really knows for sure. Speculation is that it was a very strong entity that had some kind of demonic attachment when it died, like as a human, and it died. And in the afterlife, it collected souls. And the more souls it collected, the stronger it got. And the psychic medium that did help me said when she looked at me, she saw him standing behind me and then thousands of people behind him. And he basically wanted to add me to his collection.
What did you have to do, Joni, to finally get rid of that?
Well, the soul collector. Yeah, with the soul collector, I finally, the group, the psychic medium from my paranormal group finally helped me. She was also a third generation Salem witch. So she and a group, what ended up happening was her coven, along with several other covens in Massachusetts at the same time, did a banishing ritual for me. And, I have a lot of witch friends. I'm not, opposed to that. I'm not Wiccan myself, but it was really interesting because at the time that they did the banishing spell, I was home by myself. So I wasn't there. And I could hear his sound loud like it always was. And then as they did the ritual, all of a sudden the volume went down, went down, went down, and then it went pop, and then it was gone. So that's how I knew he was gone. I couldn't hear him anymore.
Joni, what do you think? Do you think it's non-human as well?
It was much stronger than most of the other ghosts that I've encountered since then. So I think that's entirely possible. I do believe in interdimensional hauntings as well. So that resonates with me. We just know that it was stronger than your average ghost. It was able to do more things.
Joni, when you're out there now recording with them, and I know audio and EVP is a big part, and you have so much evidence. How do you distinguish between what you want to publish eventually? How do you avoid pareidolia, and what is your criteria for investigations?
Well, I mean, I go back to that old saying, when in doubt, throw it out. When we do sessions, we have a very controlled session. We make sure that no one else is speaking. We identify any kind of coughs or stomach growls and things of that nature. And I'll be honest, I don't, if I haven't recorded it or even a photo that I didn't take, I'm going to try to tear it apart because there's so many options, so many ways that it could be something not paranormal. Like, I'll give you a good example. We had an investigation and I thankfully was running 2 recorders that night, one beside me and one across the room. And I caught what I thought said, "I'm going to kill her," or something like that, something really negative. I don't remember the exact wording. And I thought, oh my gosh, like I've never encountered anything that bad here. Well, I went to the other recorder and she was whispering, a woman was whispering to the person next to her that her leg was killing her or something like that. So, you have to really, I think you have to be really careful, because if you put something out as paranormal and it's not paranormal, you're doing an injustice to the entire field. So I'm really cautious. We do use spirit boxes as well. We've found that those are pretty effective. But again, it has to be valid to the sense where it makes sense. Sometimes you'll get things that don't make a lot of sense, and that's the same thing with EVP as well. But I just would say I'm very cautious.
Joni, I have a question for you. Is it history first or is it phenomena first? For you, when you go, do you investigate a location first?
Yeah, I mean, typically if I'm trying to identify something psychically, if somebody's asked me to come in and see if they have a ghost, I don't want to know anything. I want to go in with a blank sheet. So I'll go in and I'll feel what I feel and I'll write it down and I'll tell them. And then I ask for what has happened. What kind of experiences have you had? It depends on the location. If we're just going to investigate a place for fun, like we love to go to asylums and things of that nature, a lot of times I will look into the history so that I can narrow it down to where we want to go. If it's a big facility, we may not want to spend a lot of time in a room that doesn't have activity. But as a medium, I can walk through and tell you where we need to go. So a lot of times it doesn't matter. But as an investigator, I think, it's good to know the information. That way, you know what kind of questions to ask and what to focus on. So it's, it depends on the situation.
Okay. Joni, did you ever figure out where this entity was from or what its purpose was or why it chose you?
Well, the psychic medium who was helping me told me that he came from the prison camps, that he might have been a guard there. When he died, he had some kind of attachment, whether it was, demonic or interdimensional or something was attached to him. And when he came back in spirit form or in ghost form, he started collecting souls, and each soul made him stronger. So when she said, when she looked at me, she saw him behind me and then thousands of other people behind him. So he was hoping to collect me to add me to his collection.
Is that the only one you've ever met?
The only soul collector, yes.
Yeah.
Thank God. Yeah. I mean, it's given me PTSD. I used to be the first one in the dark room, or, the first one to go into the tunnel. And now, I like back off, like, if there's something reported that's incredibly negative, if I go at all, I'm going in fully protected. So it's become, it really changed my life.
All right. So I know that you talk about, your book a lot catalogs patterns of how loved ones reach out. How do you now know, because of what you've been through, like you're dealing with either a ghost that's okay, you don't know if it's good or bad, but it's a ghost, versus something like this? What physically happens to you that you recognize these things? And then what are those steps that you take to either let it in so you could talk or keep it out?
Well, it's part of my mediumship. My clairaudience is my gateway. So I will hear an ear ringing, and if I choose to tune into it, then I'll start getting more information. And that's initially, if it's a bad one, it also comes with a sense of fear. That fight or flight sensation comes over me. I just know in an instant if this is something I don't want to mess with. As for whether I let it in or not, I don't have a choice. I don't have an off button. I haven't figured that out yet. What I do try to do is I don't tune into the sound as much as I used to, because I've had so many problems. So a lot of times I'll listen around the ear ringing. Like, I'll give you an example. My ears are ringing right now. I know you've spoken to Sam Baltrusis,
Yeah.
And he and I used to co-host a podcast together for about a year. And I finally had to quit doing the podcast because all the guests that were coming in would have horrible hauntings or situations. And then all of a sudden I had them. So I was having to, have somebody get rid of them for me every week. It was like something negative was coming through the podcast. So they don't need to be face to face with you. They find a way. If there's some kind of link between you and that person, I feel like they follow it. So
This where I am is a ghost free zone. I don't want any of that shit. I say, man, that's okay. So what you talk about protection?
Yeah.
Is there anything specific? Is there anything specific that you use?
Well, I have a secret weapon, and this didn't happen until probably maybe about 10 years ago. I met a man on an investigation who was a shaman, and his name is Michael Robichaud, and he lives in Virginia. And the first time he helped me. I had something in my room in my house when I lived in Massachusetts, and I put a picture up on Facebook. I'm like, all right, if anybody can read energy. At this point, I was desperate. Things were following me home every day. I didn't have to go investigate. I could go to the grocery store. I could not even leave my house and something would pop in. And I put a picture up and I said, if anybody can read energy from photos, can you get any feel of this? Is anybody out there able to help me? And he messaged me. He said, take the picture down. I'm going to send my spirit guides in, and they will get rid of the entity. He said, you may see some lights flashing around your room. Just ignore them. It'll be okay. And it'll take them about an hour. And I thought, okay, at that point I was desperate. Mickey Mouse and Santa Claus could have walked in and I would have been joyful if they were able to get rid of the ghost.
Right.
So the time came, and I was sat in my bedroom during this time, and I didn't see any lights, but as a clairaudient, I could hear the ghost. And then all of a sudden in popped this really high pitched sound, like a laser light sound, almost like it was much louder than the ghost. And one sound was chasing the other around my room. And my cats were in the room, and they were watching this like they were watching a tennis match, like their heads were going back and forth watching, in the same places where I was hearing this. And then literally an hour later, everything went quiet. The ghost was gone, the guides were gone. And I thought, I cannot believe I just experienced this. And, it's nothing that I can validate or anything, but I can tell you that ghost is gone. And so, I've reached out to him numerous times. I feel like Michael Robichaud saved my life. I've had a couple really, really bad ones that he's sent his guides in, and they've taken it, gotten rid of it. So he is my secret weapon. If I have something really bad happen or something really bad follow me, I reach out to him and he gets rid of it. So and he's going through some health issues right now, so I try not to bother him too much. But
well, what do you tell people who don't have a secret weapon, like on your ghost tours? What do you tell them to do? Do you just say, sorry, sucker, you're fucked? I mean, what do you tell them?
Good luck to you. Well, yeah. I mean, if it's gonna follow anybody, it's gonna follow me. And I don't do as many house cleansings as I used to, because guess what? I walk into their haunted house and they've got a negative entity. Their negative entity is just gonna trot right behind me all the way home. So now I have a haunted house and they don't. So and I've used that a couple of times, to get rid of it, because Michael can pull it out of my house. But it gets exhausting. Like, you can't do anything without having something follow you. So it's been a nightmare.
So Joni, to say this, I mean, I guess you really have not figured out a way to fully protect yourself. You believe you are in a situation where you cannot protect yourself completely.
Right.
And yet you still go out there and do this?
Yeah, that's, why give up the fun part? Because they're going to find me whether I'm investigating or not. I will say it's been easier in the last few years. Probably, when I moved to New Harmony, Indiana, and this area has kind of its own bubble of protection. So I really have not had much happen to me since I moved here. So in some ways, I feel like New Harmony keeps me protected. I haven't had quite as many. Let's just say I've still had a few, but I don't know. I've tried everything. I've written a couple books on paranormal protection that works for everybody else, doesn't work for me. So,
how do you figure out what stories are going to make one of your books? What has to stand out for you to do that?
Well, something really horrible happens. I just feel like I need to share it. I don't know. I kind of live my life transparently. I don't really hide anything from anybody. There's been a lot of times when I haven't mentioned that I have a ghost in my house, because it's been like, sometimes it was every day, like, oh, guess what? New ghost today. But it has to be something that I feel that could help other people or benefit the paranormal community. Maybe I've learned something about it. It just has to stand out a little bit more than your standard average haunting.
A lot of times you also differentiate between residual, interactive, and inhuman cases, in your story,
right,
in your notes.
Right.
Do these different classes respond in a different way to how you deal with, like, sort of interventions or, in investigations? Like, how do you sort of figure out that classification and do your research accordingly?
It goes back to my clairaudience. Residual, I don't hear it all. It's nothing. It's not there.
That would be like a haunting. Like, does that mean like if it's an imprint on a place?
Yes.
Is that what you write? That's what we refer to.
Yeah, I don't hear it. Nothing's going
Okay.
on when I walk into the room. If it's an intelligent haunting, like a ghost, I'll hear, my ears will ring. If it's inhuman, and I have come in contact with a few, I don't hear anything, but I get a very strong sense of it, and it's always dirty and oily and grimy and makes me want to run. Like it's just this intense feeling that comes over me that I only feel when that happens, and it's only happened a couple times, but and when that happens, I immediately remove myself from the area and contact Michael. And he's yeah, I mean, he's my safety net.
What are you going to do without Michael, Joni?
I don't know. I hope I don't have to ever deal with anything. I'm sure I will at some point. I don't know. Like, we all have spirit guides. And what he told me was that my spirit guides were not prepared for what I threw at them. That they were there for just a normal life. And somehow I got off track and went into this wild arena, but that his guides have been training my guides. So, I don't know. Is it my guides that are stepping up now that are keeping me protected? Has my aura gotten brighter? Or I really don't know. I wish I did. I wish somebody could step in and say, oh, here's what's happening, because, I would definitely be interested in that, because I've been trying to figure it out on my own for my whole life.
Joni, you need a succession plan. You need to figure this out before this guy.
I do. Yeah.
You really need to find.
It's been a wild ride. I think, you get to a certain point where it's my life. It's just what I expect. And I, having a reprise for the last few years has been helpful. Nothing really bad. I ignore a lot of them. I don't pay them any attention. I haven't done as many walkthroughs lately. So, I mean, there's a part of me that's kind of wishes I'd never learned how to be a medium, because that's when it all started. I mean, I was feeling them before then, but they didn't follow me home until I began really looking into the abyss a little stronger.
Do you think they were following home, but you just didn't know it?
That's very possible. Very possible. I mean, I don't think I've ever lived in a house that wasn't haunted. If there's something there, I either bring it out, or maybe I'm bringing it with me. I'm making houses haunted. So I don't know.
Joni, have you ever had a single great experience with a ghost? Is there any fun? Like, what's the most fun?
Well, there is one case that was fun for me. There's a gymnasium here in New Harmony where I live, and it's called the Ribera Gymnasium. It has a huge clock tower. It's a big, huge, Gothic looking building. And as we started investigating, we started learning that the building was used as a temporary morgue after a horrific tornado, and there were a lot of children victims. So there were a lot of children ghosts, and people were seeing these ghosts with their eyes, people that didn't believe in the paranormal. And
this is not starting off as a fun story, Joni. But go ahead. Well, where are you going to take this?
Well, we started working. We brought a new psychic medium onto the team, and she was phenomenal with the Estes method. And that's when we started learning more about this little girl. And, I'll be honest, the Estes method, like, I was skeptical, because she was answering our questions. Like, she's supposed to not be able to hear anything. She's got the headphones on, and they're turned up loud, and we're saying, who are you? And she said, I'm Anna. How old are you? I'm 6 years old. I mean, it was just back and forth, like she could hear us, but Anna was truly talking through her, and that's the little girl ghost. And she matched up with everything that we had heard. We learned so many details about her life, and really felt like we got to know this little girl. And she had friends. She go, oh, let me go get Adam. He can talk to you too. And it was just wild. Well, in March of this year marked the 100th anniversary of that tornado. And so I rented the building. It was a Tuesday. I rented the building. We had a couple of different, we had a woman that had written a book about the tornado come in and give a presentation to anybody in town that wanted to listen. We had a meteorologist from the local TV station come out and talk about tornadoes. And then to pay for it, I had an investigation. And I said, let's be kind tonight because this is the worst day of their life. And we are always very respectful with our investigations. But that night in particular, after everybody finished their sessions, I gathered everybody up in the gymnasium floor, put them in a circle, and told them to envision a white light, column of white light going up to the heavens. And I just started talking. And that is another gift that I have, is I can cross them over if they want to go. And I started working on crossing them over, and I started talking, and I'm like, you're welcome in heaven. God loves you. Go be with your family. You don't need to be here anymore. And it comes out, I don't know, it feels like a prayer as I'm saying it. And the whole group is envisioning this white light, and I'm feeling them go through me. I feel it a very specific way that I know that they cross. And I looked to my left, and Ashley, our team psychic medium, was sitting beside me, and she had tears running down her face. And she looked at me and she said, I just crossed Anna over. So in the end, we had a piece of equipment running, a spirit box, and we said, how many crossed over? And it said 37. So I don't care what I do the rest of my life. I feel like that was one of the most important things I've ever done. I helped 37 souls find their way somewhere where they needed to be, not trapped in this old gymnasium. So that was a good story.
That is a good story. What if you could, with all of your EVPs and now with your investigations, if you could run one controlled study, and you had funding and lab support, and you had all this, and your friends and your team with you, it's like, where would you test first? What do you want to do? What do you want to see what this is about that you have?
Oh my goodness. I would go somewhere that had a good history of responses, somewhere incredibly haunted. And I don't know, I want to learn more about why they're here, how much they can see us and communicate with us, which we do during investigations. We'll say, how many fingers am I holding up, or what color is my shirt? And, I've asked, what does heaven look like? And they don't know because they haven't been. I would like to just learn more about their origin story. I mean, how they got to be where they are and why they stick around.
Joan, if you had all the money in the world, I suggest you put out a casting call for a new psychic guide who can protect you in the future. That's in a lab,
well, yeah.
that person through a test and make sure that they can actually deliver on protecting you when the shit hits the fan.
Yeah. I mean, I've had I had a friend that reached out to me that has a psychic medium friend that does do this. And I've connected that person with somebody who's connected to me. Like, people email me all the time. I've got a really bad ghost in my house. And Michael is, not doing well health-wise. And I can't send them to Michael because he can't handle it right now. So I have a backup plan, somebody that a friend recommended. And from what I know, it worked. But, for every time you connect somebody to a psychic medium, the person gets cold feet and backs out, and you never hear anything, like they never follow through. So I don't know, but yeah, I mean, if the time comes and I need somebody else, I will start, I will reach out to various people, see what I can find. I mean, I'd love to be able to do it myself. I mean, to me, that's a superpower, it's one I don't have.
What, Joey, first of all, thank you so much for your time. Despite all this technical issues, I really appreciate it. I got like one or two questions for you to wrap things up here with you.
Okay.
And it's been super fascinating, like your perspective on clairaudience, how you feel spirits. For us, what we always ask in this question, what are spirits? What do we think they are? And getting different perspectives to help sort of figure out how they all connect. These different stories and perspectives is really interesting. What would, if you had a teachable moment here, what would you tell someone who thinks they're a ghost magnet? What are like 3 habits they should adopt to stay grounded and safe?
Well, I mean, I think, you talk about grounded, learning how to ground yourself is really important, going out and for me, I take a deep breath and I push the energy through me. Don't absorb any energy that you don't need to. And then also learn how to use your own energy or the universe energy to make a bubble shield around you. And that's been very effective. And then also connect with your spirit guides, because sometimes they can help you. You just have to ask and see if they'll help. And then, always have validation, have a backup plan. Like, what's the worst case scenario? What if I go out and I pick up a soul collector? What am I going to do? So I think it's really important for people to always have a backup plan. What am I going to do if something really bad happens? So, have a psychic medium on hand or somebody you can go to that can answer your questions. I think that's the most important thing.
Do you believe in past life regression?
Absolutely. Yes, I do. I've done a few.
So is that the same when you say spirit guide? It's part of that sort of philosophy or practice? In that sense?
I believe that everybody has a spirit guide that follows them through their incarnation. So yes, it goes in with reincarnation in past lives, that this entity, whether human or not, has always been with you through every incarnation, and it helps you, guides you, protects you, whatever it is you need. And most people don't connect in with this person or with this entity. But once you do, it really opens up your world.
And Joni, what's next? What's the next book coming out? What's the next story for you that you want to tell?
Well, I think my next nonfiction book is going to be called Dead Librarians.
Of course it is. That sounds like a real joy. This is the uplifting one.
Yeah, well, and my reason for that is because so many libraries have a ghost haunting them, a library ghost.
I learned that in Ghostbusters when I was a kid. First ghost we see is down there in the basement of that library. And I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
that was my first interaction.
Yeah, well, a lot of people have, and I want to reach out to all those people that have had experiences and collect their stories. And, I've talked to a couple librarians, and they said, well, yeah, we don't want to leave our books. So makes sense to me. So
is that what it is? So you're trying to put together a book of other people's stories based around
and some of my own. Yeah,
sure.
I've investigated a lot of libraries as well. So yeah, between me and a lot of other people, I've already got people on board interested in telling me their stories. So yeah,
I do love that. I never think of libraries as, I forget that they are super creepy. To be alone in a library at night is probably.
Yeah, well, I don't think of them as creepy. They're helpful. Like, they die, and instead of going to heaven, they go back to work. I mean, talk about dedication.
Yeah, that's a little much. That's for sure. But I guess now they finally have all the time in the world to read everything.
All those books. Yeah, absolutely. Just need somebody to turn the page for them.
Oh my God. Joni, look, this has been really interesting. I mean, it really has. I really appreciate you sharing your story. We've interviewed a bunch of people and a bunch of psychic mediums. I've never interviewed anybody who really was in turmoil with it like you are.
Yeah.
I find that very, I'm sorry. I mean, I really feel bad that you have to deal with that on a day-to-day basis. It's not as, it doesn't seem as fun.
I guess somebody's got to take the creepy ones.
I'm so sorry that's you. Look, again, thank you so much for being with us today. Please stay safe.
Thank you guys.
It's super fascinating. Your books are wonderful. They are really, it's a really different perspective on it. And we wish you all the best. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Take care, Joni. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to prove and investigate John's theory on what spirits are. John believes spirits are the fractured memories of the living attached to the energy our bodies release when we pass. Part of the investigation is talking to other experienced paranormal psychologists, spiritualists, or mediums, experts who have been involved in this space for way more years than John and certainly way more years than me. I'm particularly fascinated with this world of mediums. Since John's brand is communicating with spirits in the unique way he does, understanding mediumship helps me understand him. If you've been listening to the podcast, you know that I think John is a medium. Maybe not in the traditional sense, but Dude, there's something going on there with him. My guest today is truly an expert in this space, and I think he sheds a lot of light on the subject. And I'm especially excited to talk to him about how they test and certify mediums. Maybe he'll give me some pointers on what to look for and what to ask. Spot a fraud or something. Robert Ginsburg started researching the evidence for survival of consciousness soon after his daughter died in 2002. Devastated by the loss, as anyone would be, he needed science to tell him if she still existed in some form. In 2004, Bob and his wife founded the Forever Family Foundation, a global not-for-profit that educates the public about evidence that we are more than our physical bodies. Bob hosts the Signs of Life radio show, is past editor of Signs of Life magazine, and heads the foundation's Medium Evaluation Certification program, and writes a blog at beyondthefivesenses.com. He is also the author of 2 books, The Medium Explosion and My Life Here and There. I'm going to show you those books right now. Both of which can be found on my bio and my link tree, so you can go there and click them and buy them for yourself. Bob and the Forever Family Foundation are currently featured in the Netflix docuseries Surviving Death. I want to welcome Bob to the pod, and let's get into the conversation. How you doing?
All right.
Thank you so much.
Glad to be here.
I appreciate your time. So, Bob, I like to start off asking everybody this very big and broad question because I think it lays a foundation for all the rest of your answers, okay? And it's this. What do you think spirits are?
Well, here we think of life in physical terms. We are our brains produce consciousness, and therefore, when the brain physically dies, so does consciousness, and we cease to exist. I mean, that's a traditional materialist, thinking. But there's a tremendous amount of evidence that shows that our mind or our consciousness or soul, if you prefer, can act independently of the physical brain. And what I mean by that is that the brain can act just as a filter of information, but when the brain is damaged and the signal doesn't stop, the signal is still there. And there are things like mediumship and near-death experiences and ESP and telepathy that show that the mind, remote viewing, the mind extends beyond the brain. So I think spirit is energy. It's a long-winded way of saying, but spirit, is energy. And the reason that, for instance, you mentioned mediums, the reason some mediums are able to do what they claim is that it's still telepathy. It's still mind-to-mind communication. It just so happens that one of the parties involved in the conversation, the person in the spirit world, doesn't have a body, but they still have a mind. And that's why it's still, a telepathic, process. So I think that, spirit is just another word for energy.
Have your beliefs about that changed since, did you have different beliefs before your personal loss than you do now?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I if we were having this conversation prior to 2002, I would think that somebody like me was, nuts, because, because, the way I thought that, the brain defines who we are, and the brain produces consciousness. So, thinking that something survives. I mean, how could something survive? The body is no more, So I thought it was wishful thinking, a product of grief, but at least I was an open-minded skeptic. In other words, a closed-minded skeptic is something that's dangerous, because even if you're presented with the evidence, you don't consider it or you ignore it. An open-minded skeptic just follows the evidence where it leads. And fortunately, I was open-minded, and it took me, I'd say, 7 years of this study before I relented.
Wow.
Which I was a bit of a hypocrite, because here we had started this global organization, and I'm giving all these talks about consciousness and life after death. And I didn't fully buy in myself. I was open to it, but it was as if I was trying to convince myself. But with everything that I learned in the hundreds upon hundreds of books that I read and all the people that I interviewed, and one day I just woke up and said, well, this is it. I mean, you have to, if you want to do things in a scientific fashion, you have to just follow the evidence, and the evidence shows that the most plausible explanation for all these different phenomena is that we survive physical death.
Bob, was there one instance in particular that, or I'm sure there was many, but was there any one thing where you're just like, wow, that's all right, I'm in, like I believe,
Well, one of the early things was that soon after my daughter had died, I got involved with doing some research with some scientists that studied mediums, in university settings. And I had one scientist come to Long Island, where I was living at the time, and he did a huge lecture for us at a university. And we had about 500-600 people there, and he was giving a talk about evidence of an afterlife. And he was staying at my house, and prior to that, my wife had to get a new car. The lease was up, and she told me that while she was driving the car, it's something that she could only describe as Morse code was coming out of the radio. And she told me the cadence was like da 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 da. And I said, you know what? New cars always have electrical problems. When I bring it in for the first service, I'll have them take a look. And she said, yeah, but the radio was not on, because she doesn't listen to the radio when she drives, so she didn't. So I said, yeah, okay. And then I happened to be driving with her in the car a couple of weeks later, and I heard it. And I said, that's strange, because it was exactly the way she said it was. And I turned the radio off, and the same thing. And then 2 weeks later, I'm driving to work in my SUV that I had been driving for 3 years, every day. And out of the radio comes that exact same cadence, So I shut the radio off, and it still continues. And then right after that, that same cadence came out of everything in our home. It came out of electrical appliances, alarm panels, TVs, on or off, radios. I mean, this was really strange. So I told the scientist about that. I was the only person that I told. And he said, well, he was considering it. And then he went to do the lecture. And in the middle of the lecture, in front of 600 people, out of the PA system comes that exact same cadence again. And I had just told him about this. He just spotted me in the audience and looked at me, and I just, threw up my hands. I said, so we go home, and he says, look, we have to do an experiment. He was doing research with mediums. He said, he told my wife, I want you to light a candle for Bailey, my daughter. And she should ask Bailey if this was she that was sending this Morse code, so to speak. And he even mentioned the first name of the medium. So tell her to go to Janet, and that's it. So my wife followed directions. She lit a candle. She said, Bailey, I need you to do something for me, really important. I need to go to this woman. She's a medium. Her name is Janet. I don't know where she lives. Just go to her and tell her whether or not this is you sending the Morse code. The next morning, I go into my office, and I sit down on my computer, and I turn it on. And the first thing I do, like most people, is I look at my email. And the first email was from this scientist, and it was a forward of an email that he had just gotten from this medium, Janet. And she said, I don't know what this is. I've never experienced anything like this before, but somebody is sending me Morse code. And
wow.
And when I just, when that happened, I think I let out an audible shriek, like, wow, how is that? My mind is racing, trying to think of all logical explanations. And, if you can rule out the possibility that somehow the scientist was in cahoots, with this medium, for what purpose, I don't know. He was doing scientific research. Then it really is incredible, because, this stuff happened. I mean, I perceived all this code with my physical senses. then the request was made to my daughter, in another dimension, and the directions were carried out. So that was something. Did it prove life after death? Not necessarily. It could have been psychokinesis, or remote viewing, or some sort of phenomenon. But
Did your daughter know Norse? Did your daughter know Morse code?
no, and it was very, very short. So I went online and I looked up. There were these translators where you could translate into Morse code, and the first letter was definitely a B, but it wasn't long enough to get, and it was code. I don't think it was actually Morse code. I just think it was her code. It was a way of getting our attention, and
I see.
and she did. So that was one of the things that really like rocked my world.
It's very Interstellar. If you saw that
Yeah.
movie, but the reverse. Where
Yeah.
the father uses the light, in this other dimension. You know what I'm talking about?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
It's quite wild.
Yeah.
Are you a religious person, Bob?
No, I'm not. I never was religious, growing up. I tell you though, after my daughter died, I pretty much gave up religion. But over the years, I've become, much more spiritual. Yeah. In other words, I think there's a creative force. I think that, we're all connected, and if you listen to many of the physicists today, and you start talking to them, they say, you scratch your head, say, wow, they sound a lot like spiritualists, because they're saying essentially the same thing. We come
Right.
from a single point of light. We're all connected, and so that, science and spirituality are not mutually exclusive like many people think. But no, I realize that a lot of people that believe in an afterlife, which I think is a poor term, because it's just life. It's a continuum, but in any
It's an
event,
interesting way to put it. Sure.
yeah, a lot of people think of the afterlife purely in a religious sense, that if you obey this rule and that rule and that rule, you'll go either here or there,
Yeah.
and and that's, but that never made much sense to me. So,
Well, it is if, like, the powers that be want to keep the poor people in line.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. The way it's about control. The way I think of spiritualism is that it's religion without the rules. Essentially, you believe in connections and love and compassion, but not tied to rules. The founders of today's modern day religions all came out of the ages of mysticism, which lasted for thousands of years, and they regularly commune with their ancestors.
Sure.
And so it was okay for them, but somehow along the lines it's okay for them to do it, but not us.
Well, look, Bob, when people go through what you went through, many people would just implode. And what you and your wife did was you took action with this Forever Family Foundation. So tell me a little, let's get into that a little bit, because I love the fact that it's a nonprofit, that you're there to help people. So was that your way to get through it? And like, how did it come to pass?
Yeah, I mean, I was, I obviously, I was completely blown apart. I mean, I wanted to die after my daughter died. I went to sleep every night praying to the universe that I would have a heart attack in my sleep and not wake up. And every morning I would wake up and I would be pissed, that I didn't die. So, I mean, it was, just, complete horror. And so I'm looking for ways, to survive myself. Initially I wasn't looking to help other people. I was just looking for a way that I could get through it. So we found a support group, and my wife and I drove about an hour to the support group. It was for only parents who lost children. And by this time I had already begun, researching, some of the various things that we're talking about. And during the meeting, every time that either me or my wife would raise our hand and mention life after death, the moderator would shut us down. So we don't talk about such things here. By the way, he was also a religious person, and he says, our purpose here is to, learn coping mechanisms, for our grief, but that we don't discuss these things. And I thought that was odd, because every single parent in the room, that's all they wanted to talk about. I mean, what could give you any more comfort and hope than believing that your child survives in some form? So what used to happen is that we were in New York at the time. We used to stand out in the parking lot after the meeting in the middle of winter, 10 degrees outside, and we'd hold our own. The parents would get together and hold our own meeting, and then we said, well, there has to be a forum where people could get together and discuss and learn without the fear of being judged or labeled. And we started with these discussion groups, across the country, and one thing led to another, and got more involved in the science and the mediumship and all that stuff. And it just kept growing and growing. And now we have 16,000 members in 76 countries. And, every day it just keeps, because people, I think another factor is people my age, like the baby boomers that never really considered, life after death. But now that they're reaching older age, they're starting to question. So it used to be everybody that joined the foundation suffered a loss of some time, but now I've been noticing a lot of people that are simply curious. I mean, is there anything to this, or is it all bullshit? And so they want to learn. So that's another. It's feeding the foundation with a different type of member.
How do you guys? What would you say is the biggest differentiator between how you support a grieving family than that traditional sort of method that you went through? Like, what is what is that sort of thing that you're saying to them to help them? Or do you also provide that traditional sort of coping along with this?
Yeah, well, we hold these grief retreats. We hold 4 of them, throughout the year. And we have at each retreat, we have a Dr. Mohana, who's a wonderful professor of psychology and a clinical psychotherapist, and she's the grief expert. But so to answer your question, if you go to most mainstream mental health professionals, for grief counseling, they teach you ways in which you should disassociate from your loved one. Okay, you have to move on with your life. This happened. It's a different life that we didn't want, but you have to learn a way to get on. And we sort of go the opposite route, where there's nothing wrong with maintaining a relationship with your loved one, just in a different way, and that seems to bring more comfort. It's sort of like if you can change the way that you think about death, then it can have profound positive effects, on your grief. It's like cognitive behavior therapy. So if you believe either through evidence or through a powerful personal experience that your loved one still exists. I mean, studies have shown that people who believe in life after death do better in their grieving process than those who don't. And that's not earth-shattering. That makes sense, right? Because it gives you, it gives you hope. So, I mean, we try. We don't want people, to forget, and certainly they move on with their lives and they navigate this new life that was thrust upon them. But, that love is always there. And there are ways in which you can optimize your chances of having a direct communication from your loved one.
When did you start to bring mediums into the mix?
Well, since the scientists that we were working with at the beginning were studying mediumship, it was a logical thing. Mediumship, I say, is one of the forms of evidence that we're interested in. I think the 2 most powerful ones that caught my attention immediately were near-death experiences and mediumship. Mediums, as most of your audience probably knows, are people who claim that they're able to communicate with a discarnate, entity. In my first book, The Medium Explosion, I didn't make a lot of friends because I said flat out that, based upon my own research and everything that I've read, that 85%.
Yeah, I love that one. It's good.
85 to 90% of the mediums out there today cannot do what they claim. I'm not saying that they're fraudulent. I mean, a small percentage of them are, but we all have intuitive abilities in varying degrees, and they have some intuitive ability, but just not refined to the point where they can communicate with a discarnate source.
I spoke to a woman named Saman Key. Do you know her?
No.
She was a tutor at the Arthur Findlay School for many years, a medium. She used the phrase that I absolutely love called clairvagueness. It's like this idea of, she's like, I could sit here and do that to you and win you, and you'll be wowed by it because she's been doing it for so long, but it means not, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And a lot of the mediums, they use cold reading techniques and repeat the same information and all sorts of things that give you the perception that they're gaining. Also, there's a difference between psychic information and mediumistic information.
What's that? What does that mean?
Well, the people that are gifted psychically can, the common phrase is read your mind. They're picking up on your energy. So if I'm evaluating a medium and she says, let's say she's reading me and I'm the sitter. I mean, I don't get read, but just as an example, and she said, well, Bob, did you recently paint your bedroom? And let's say I did. Somebody might say, wow, this is a great medium. I mean, she just, how did she know that? But how does that show that there's life after death? It shows that she can read my mind or read my energy, but it doesn't give any proof of survival. If, on the other hand, the medium is bringing through my deceased mom and gives me 5 or 6 really strong pieces of information, and it says, Bob, I have to tell you, your mom is telling me to tell you that she likes that you just painted your bedroom blue. Well, that is a different thing because you've already established the discarnate entity that you're speaking with. So a lot of mediums, give a tremendous amount of psychic information, but they don't do so well by giving specific evidence communicated from a person that's in, this other realm. So
gotcha.
We counsel when we're training our sitters, the people that are getting readings, on the differences between the two.
The sitter is the person getting the reading.
Yeah.
All right. So this is what I'm fascinated by. So you have it's my understanding you have a rigorous criteria for mediums that you would send to someone sitting down.
Yeah, very rigorous.
What? Tell me about. Can you talk about that? Like, what is that process?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, as you know, we are an all-volunteer, not-for-profit, so money never changes hands. So, I mean, the mediums cannot pay, to go through the process. It's free, and if they should happen to get certified, they can't pay to be listed, on our website. We do that automatically, and if you're not certified, we can't deal with you in any form. So what happens is we can't solicit any mediums to take part because that would dilute the integrity of the process. They have to come to us, and there are instructions on the website. They come to us. The first thing that we do is send them out a series of 4 or 5 questions designed to pick up any red flags, and if they answer them and send it back and it looks good, we will give them access to an 8-page application. And it's thorough. and there are people that for every 10 applications that we send out, maybe we get 1 that gets returned because, people think that this is going to be like a mail order reverend, send us $100 or a couple $100. We're going to send you a certificate. No. So it's obvious that's not what it is. After they complete the application, it goes to a committee. The committee as a group, reads through the application. And if they decide that this person has integrity and an ability, then the medium is invited to go through the certification process. During the process, the medium has to do 5 readings for 5 different trained sitters. When I say trained sitters, these are people that we educate in how to score evidence, what constitutes general versus specific information, what to say, what not to say when getting a reading. And they're taking notes during this whole thing. They're not scoring it at the time, but they're taking notes.
And who's and I'm sorry, Bob, but who's on on the committee itself? Is it mediums that have been doing this for a while with you?
Yeah, no, we didn't want mediums involved in the process of the scoring or evaluating, because that is they might be biased, to some degree. So these are just members of the foundation that have a lot of strong knowledge about mediumship.
Okay.
So after the medium, we only do the mediums evaluate the mediums. They do one reading per day. Back years ago, we used to evaluate. The mediums used to do 5 readings in one day, and only 10% of the mediums were gaining certification. So I started to think that, well, maybe it's too tough. Maybe it's asking too much for a medium to do 5 back-to-back, readings. So we changed the process where now they only do one reading. And honestly, the statistics stayed the same. We still only get 10% pass. So I don't know that necessarily makes a difference. But in any event, we have, after the 5 readings are completed, we have 5 different methods of scoring, and they have to meet the minimum proficiency guidelines in each of the 5 categories, to get certified. So there's very little chance that somebody without extremely strong ability will not, will gain certification. It's statistically improbable, and over the years, many of the mediums that we have certified have gone on to become famous, which doesn't do us any good at all, because when a medium becomes famous, either through TV shows or books,
it just starts to feel a little slimy or something.
They do fewer and fewer readings, which is, we do this thing as a resource for the bereaved. So if you have a 4-year waiting list, it doesn't do any good. They can charge ridiculous amounts of money. So it really is very little value, to us. But it is what it is. We're always trying to identify more and more mediums. So,
how many applications come in a year for this?
Well, I don't know exactly, but what I can tell you is that we've been doing this since 2005, and since 2005 we certified 27 mediums. So that's
20 years.
20 years. So that's a little more than 1 per year.
Wow. Okay.
So
would you say? But I mean, would you say you've had 1,000 applicants
over the years? Well, let's see. With 20 years, maybe.
I got to imagine there's a lot of people out there thinking they're mediums.
Yeah,
they would want to apply.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a tremendous amount, because remember, they see how tough the process is. But
right,
so maybe you get between 100 and 200 applicants per year.
Got it.
So
wow.
But and I would like to identify more any people that don't have long. And recently, we certified 2 mediums, in back-to-back months, which was kind of improbable. If you want to hear something funny, the first certification process we ever did in Long Island, we rented a ballroom in a hotel, and we had 9 mediums were being evaluated, which means we had 9 sitters, the people that were getting the readings, and we set up partitions in between the medium and the sitter, so the medium couldn't.
It feels like a dating game, by the way. But
yeah.
It does feel like a game show.
Yeah, it was a little crazy, and the logistics are also, because we have to keep everybody on the same time schedule. But in that same session, the very first one that we did, 4 mediums gained certification. And I remember driving home that night and saying, wow, I really screwed this up, because there's no way that 4, should have passed in one. And of course, that's the only time that it's ever happened. And all 4 were from Long Island. So then I thought maybe there's something in the water,
right.
And they've all went on to become famous, which is also.
Was one of them the Long Island medium?
Yeah, one of them was. Okay. She's no longer certified by us, but yeah, she was one of them.
Yeah.
But Laurel and Jackson was there, Kim Russo, Bobby Allison. Yeah, those were the 4. So it's a tedious process. But what we found Look, the mediumship is not a guaranteed process. Even the best mediums in the world sometimes don't make a connection. But what happens is that they're much, much more consistent than other mediums. So
Have you ever revoked anyone's access?
Well,
or certification, I should say.
Yeah, I mean the certification period is for a 4-year period, but we can revoke somebody's for ethical violations or for reports that we're getting, that they weren't accurate, on a consistent. It doesn't happen. There's only been a few over the years, but sometimes mediums' egos can, especially when they gain some fame, takes control. They're human.
Well, look, yeah, man, people want to make money too. I get that.
Yeah.
I get it. And it's like, sure, I can see it. They forget what they're doing here.
Yeah. Well, oddly enough, I was thinking about this the other day, is that nobody from the foundation has ever been paid. And none of the people on the board, none of the executive, nobody ever got paid. But the only people connected to the foundation that benefit monetarily are the mediums. Because once they go on our website as being certified, their business explodes. So the money's not changing hands directly, but
right.
They know
it's a great right. If that's your game, that's a great thing to get into.
Right.
How have you? So my I don't know if you had a chance to watch any of my nephew John's sort of. He's got over 1 million followers on TikTok, and what he does is he uses these spirit apps and spirit boxes. And I've turned them on. We've tested that. Like, I get nothing from them. And other people copycat him and do these things with him. What I'm always amazed at with him is that he gets is the personality that comes through, not the words that come through. But like, he'll go, oh, if we go to this location, there's a spirit there that always makes fun of me. And we go there, and sure as hell, it makes fun of him. And by name, John is an asshole. John is fat. John is like, and it's using radio waves to put these together, right? There's no word bank stored or anything like that. It just happens with him. I had Kathy Nadal come and sit with him to see what she was feeling things in this. It's crazy. And I always say I'm like, dude, you're something going on with you that you're picking up. You're some sort of antenna or something that this works with.
Yeah.
Has technology made your job harder in evaluation for mediumship or for mediums? And especially like with these, now you could fill out a questionnaire that's 8 pages with AI. Have you, like, how is the tech changing how you look at this world at all, if at all?
Yeah. Well, it's a good question, because yes, the tech has made our job much, much harder, because years ago, there was no internet, there was no Facebook, there were no, there wasn't a lot of social media. So, you couldn't research somebody. One of our mediums told me a year or two ago that he caught another medium, not connected to the foundation, but he was observing this medium, and she was giving a private reading to a sitter. And he was watching, and the medium on the left side of her computer screen was looking at the sitter. And on the right side of her computer screen was the sitter's Facebook page. And you know how much information is there. And the medium was just spitting back information that he was reading. A total fraud. But the person, the sitter, said, "Wow, this medium is great." People don't realize how instant information can be got.
Oh, probably just over 10 years ago, I was with a magician. I'm a producer here in LA, and I was with a magician in New York City, and he was telling me, he goes, "You want us to get we were having drinks." He was like a producer for magicians, so he creates a lot of the tricks and all this stuff. Young guy, he goes, "Watch, you want to see how we get all these drinks for free tonight?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'd love to see that." So he pulled out a deck of cards. I guess that's something magicians do. They always have a deck of cards on them.
Yeah.
And he does some tricks for me that are like wild, and I'm like, "Oh my God, that's great." But he's doing it in a way that there's a group of friends and some girls that are and guys all watching, and one of them catches the eye and he gets them over. So then he does a big trick for them. And Bob, this trick, whatever, and it's a pick a card trick, right? He flips over 8 cards or something. And he goes, on the last card, he goes, "Is that your card?" And she's like, no, it's not. He goes, huh, do you recognize these other 7 numbers? These other 7 cards? And it was her phone number.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
The bar explodes. The manager comes over. He does a trick for the manager. The card's in his pocket, right? Because he's fast with his hands. When he first came over, he put cards in his pocket. He's like, your drinks are on me. And he goes, see? That's what he said, right? Like, talk about a grift. I mean, I go, how did you do it? Now, he would never tell me how he did the phone number trick.
Yeah.
But he did let on that, he's got another hand in his pocket where he can text somebody because he's talking to her the whole time. And he's getting her name and he's getting where she's from. And he basically got her phone number. Someone's listening, he's texting, and he gets it on his device.
Yeah.
Right. And the guy is that fast. I mean, he's a David Blaine. He was one of his producers at the time. I don't know where this guy is now, but he's that fast. And it blew me away. Right. I mean, it's just crazy. But that's tech. And now the tech is faster with AI. It's like, I can, you can pull anything up on anybody.
Yeah. And actually, Lloyd Auerbach is the president of the foundation.
I know we've had Lloyd on the show. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know Lloyd. So the reason that Lloyd, one of the reasons Lloyd is an asset is in addition to being a parapsychologist, as you probably know, he's a mentalist. He does all these tricks. So he's a perfect person because of being in both worlds to help design experiments because he knows all the tricks. So scientists like to work with Lloyd because he can help them design the right protocol. The other thing about technology, though, is there seems to be more opportunities for people in this other dimension to communicate through electronic voice phenomena. Before it was the reel-to-reel tape recorders, and now
right.
everybody's got a phone, and a lot more people are picking up EVPs. So maybe it's easier. Maybe people in spirit like that.
That might be true. Yeah, I guess. I mean, that is true. That's funny, man. What is all right? Tell me something. What's the first thing you look for to okay, how should I ask this question? When you look at something new, are you looking at it from a point of view of how are they trying to pull wool over my eyes, or are you looking at it from an open mind perspective? So what is it that you're looking for out of the gate from somebody to be like, this is horse shit?
Well, it's not, you're talking about with mediums or
with mediums or in this sort of space, yes.
Yeah. Well, I think with anything in this space, I always look to rule out physical explanations. I may still do that, so I had all these, different, occurrences. And everybody talks about signs and after death communications and so forth. There are some people that believe everything, is a sign. I'm not one of those people. Certainly there are, signs, but some are not. But after I can rule out, the physical explanations for something, then I can accept them. I mean, for instance, if people watch the Surviving Death series on Netflix, I mean, when they interviewed us, we gave them a film clip of a phenomena we shot that occurred in our kitchen. We were talking about our daughter, and we walked back into the house, and then as soon as I walked into the kitchen, we had 9 hi-hats in the kitchen, and it was like a 4th of July light show that was going on. And my wife takes out a camera and she's shooting it, and it goes on for like 10 minutes, and then it stops, and then I start to walk away, and she calls out again, and then it started and ran for another 10 minutes. And these were all, just everything was going on and off randomly.
You didn't put your house on the market immediately after that, and we're out of here?
No, I mean, I embrace these things when it happens, because if somebody's trying to communicate with me, I'm all ears. So the next morning, I had an electrician at the house at 9 o'clock. And I had him take down each one of the 9 hi-hat lights and examine them. And he didn't find anything wrong. So then I moved on to the light switches, and I had him take apart every light switch, and he found nothing wrong there. So And I had lived in that house for 10 years prior to that. And then I lived there 10 years more, and nothing like that ever happened again. So I ruled out in my mind the physical explanations, and then I accepted that as a communication or sign, from my daughter. So I think that, that's important, because then you can really treasure and accept the extraordinary, things that happen. So I urge everybody to look at things that way. It's nothing wrong with being, open-minded skeptic about these things. With mediumship, I mean, there are, other things, to watch out for. I mean, I talk a lot about that in the book, but the most common thing is cold reading, because especially in Zoom or person to person. Look, I mean, if you're giving me a reading, I mean, you could guess approximately how old I am. And you say, Bob, do you have a grandmother in spirit? Well, shit, yeah, she'd be 120 and probably the oldest person on earth. So that's pretty, but if I was a sitter and I was doing a certification, I would have to mark that as a hit because it's a true statement. So if a statement's true, you have to mark it as a hit. But if you said to me, Bob, I have your grandmother Rebecca here, and I know that she was a bookkeeper and she made this special dish, and give me a bunch of evidence, well, that's a different story, and that should be weighted more heavily than that general hit. I mean, I could give you a reading and get 100% accuracy, but it's all going to be general bullshit.
Right. You've been around it long enough to do it. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So what we want to do is we want the mediums to produce very, very, specific evidence, and people might say, well, why yeah, I hear that a lot. If the mediums are really doing readings, why are they talking about the color of your room or your baseball glove and stuff like that? Why aren't they talking about like the deeper issues? Because the answer is because if you die and you find yourself still alive in this other realm, the first thing that you want to do is let your loved ones know that you still exist. And the way to do that is through information that only they could know, that only you and them knew. So that's why they're giving all this seemingly mundane stuff. But
that's a good way to look at it. That's an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah.
Bob, I got a couple more questions for you as we look ahead here. And first of all, thank you again for your time. It is really interesting. What's next for the Forever Family Foundation? How do you see moving into the future? What's going to change, or are there any other research things that you're looking into, or projects or partnerships on the horizon for that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a constant battle because I'm getting older. I'm retired from my real working job, whatever. So I have this time, but when you get older, you're trying to look for ways to slow down, and that just is impossible, and especially like everybody on the board to keep driving. I mean, we want to start holding some stuff in Europe. Whether it's conferences or retreats, we would like to have more retreats because they are amazingly helpful, to people in grief, but we keep them small because we want it to be an intimate experience at each retreat. And one of them was filmed, by Netflix in that documentary. But we limit it to 50 to 54 people, and that's it. I mean, I could have I have a couple of hundred people on the waiting list at each, but I can't accept them because there are 4 mediums. We want everybody to experience and optimize their chances of getting readings. We have grief professionals. I'll give a talk about the evidence. We have metaphysical practitioners. It's all
Right.
well-rounded. So I'd like to figure out a way to hold more. But one of the things, it's a logistical problem, is that I need certified mediums to populate all of these retreats, and there's just so many of them.
Right.
So I want so that's something that I'd like to do. We just we never used to do our own research. We used to promote the research of others. Last year, we did our own, research project that was funded by the Bigelow Institute, for the first time. So we got involved at that. I'm not particularly fond of doing research, but I don't know if we'll continue. But
what was it? Can you talk about it? What was the research?
Yeah, well, they wanted to They were interested in the bigger picture of gleaning wisdom from the other side. In other words, not scoring mediumship accuracy. They wanted to know, if those on the other side are helping us, or do they do anything to prevent wars, or do they they take an interest in mankind and all that stuff. Very, very difficult project. I mean, we've got the best mediums, but it's difficult to score that information. If you tell me something, that's of profound wisdom, how do I tell you whether it's accurate or not? I mean, if a medium gives me a statement, I could tell you it's yes or no or maybe, but I'm not in a position. So we had to use other methods, and we did a good job. And it was, our paper was selected as one of the, published, papers. But I think there's a lot of information, a lot of research that can be done with mediums. Now there's a lot of brain mapping. We've taken part in some of those. Scientists want to show the areas in the brain that either light up or go dark when a medium is involved in spirit communication. They've done that with meditators and qigong, practitioners and all sorts of things like that.
Checking their magnetic field or something.
Yeah,
they have a higher. They operate on a different wavelength. Maybe is that a
yeah.
thing?
Well, they also want to see if there's.
I could be making that up, Bob. I don't know if that's a thing or not.
Yeah, well, I mean that is part of it, but also they want to see if the brain plays a role in all this. Are we bypassing the brain, or are there areas of the brain that are like receptors to receive this information? So that's
gotcha. No, it's great. What would be what's the biggest public perception about mediumship or life after, or survival or life after death that you would like to change in the public perception?
Well, there's a lot of people that still think that the way I thought 22 years ago, that mediums are frauds, just by definition. I remember playing golf with a buddy of mine before all this was started. Before my daughter died, and I was playing golf with him, and he was telling me he had just recently lost his wife to breast cancer, and he says, "Bob, I have to tell you something." I said, "What?" He said, "I went to a medium, and I remember I didn't know exactly what a medium was, but it sounded fishy to me." So he started telling me, "But Mom, she told me all of these things about my wife that she couldn't possibly have known." And I just looked at him, probably with that glazed look in my eyes, the same look that people give me now, and I just gave him some lame answer. And I went home and said to my wife, I'm so worried about Kenny. He's going to some gypsy fortune teller. She's going to take all his money. He's overwhelmed with his grief. And look at my life now. It's like it's totally different. So yeah, I want to. That's why I always, everything that we do that involves science, I also bring in mediums, because I want people to understand that mediums have been, evaluated under controlled conditions by scientists under extremely, tight controls, and that, some of them truly can, do what they claim. But the general perception still is that, look, mediums are on the front line dealing with people with grief. There are no regulatory bodies. There are no certifications, there are no licenses, there are no ethical evaluations, no continuing education. I mean, tomorrow, Gary, you could go and say, "I'm Gary the medium," put a sign on your door and start charging people $300, for a reading, and nobody's going to say boo about it. So I think that we have to educate the public, about the process of mediums, and we need some sort of organizing body that can regulate them.
Bob, you're not far off. I started a podcast about paranormal sort of documentation and investigation, and I sort of tell myself I'm a terrible ghost hunter, the world's worst ghost hunter. And my advice to most people is just like, you should move, get out of that house, don't walk down that street, avoid the basement. This is my thing, because I don't. If you're seeing ghosts, it's time to go. Like it's just like that's kind of where I come from. Bob, listen, I thank you so much for your time. I think it's really interesting. I think, someone who has been through what you've been through and made a life out of, checking the validity of it has great value. in terms of communication and spirit communication and what they are, and the data of the amount of people that you have met and gathered it is, you can't argue it. You can't argue that. It's just sort of like, how do they do that? And it's what they are, what spirits are. I like, that you talk about energy. I think most people, I feel, that are in this space that I find credible do say energy. It's like there is something with that. I can't wait to talk to somebody who says it's not, and something else that's like going to really blow my mind. But it's sort of like, see what they see. I'm like, I think that might be a quack, but
Yeah.
I feel like I'm more on that train, because it makes the most sense. And we don't know how the mind works. We don't know, where the energy goes. It's got to go somewhere. It doesn't just disappear.
Right. You're right. It doesn't die. So, it changes form.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, look at all the, the scientists take electrons and they fire them off at the speed of light in opposite directions. And then they change the spin of one, and instantly the spin of the other changes to match it. How is that possible? The universe is full of mysteries that we haven't even scratched the surface of.
So again, Bob, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate your time. It was really, really educational. Thank you, man. And again, Bob, author of The Medium Explosion. There we go. The Medium Explosion of My Life, Here and There. Robert Ginsburg. You can find those on Amazon, wherever books are sold. Those links are going to be in my bio and in my link tree. Bob, thank you again. It's really great. Really great.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Like, follow, and subscribe to the Splintered Spirits podcast.